Hey, Control Byte. Get some stuff organized here. All right. Also, you guys might have seen me drop and come back. It's because I had to enable my YouTube side of things, and the YouTube you can't do that when you're already active. So I had to drop the connection and reconnect. It might have just been a blip for some of you, but it should be there. Also, apparently, it looks like it alerted twice over on Twitch, so that's not optimal, or on Discord, I mean, but that's not optimal. That's fine. All right. So we're going to stay here for a minute, give people some time to show up, and we're just going to start running through labs, right? We're going to do more lab stuff, more talking through Ansible, and then I'm going to be out of town for a week, so I won't even be on. But I figured I'd get some stuff on here. Yeah, Ansible and Automation. Yep. The two A's, right? Ansible is a great tool for this. It's not the only tool, but one of the reasons a lot of us like it so much is because it's a tool that doesn't require an agent. Most tooling that does what in any kind of automation stateful configuration where we declare how we want a state to be on a system, almost all of them require an agent to be running on the machine so that it can always listen to the connection. Ansible doesn't do that. Ansible's a push model by default, and all you need is an SSH connection, or some type of connection. SSH is the most common in Linux, and then Python. Those are the only things you need. Ansible lint will find a lot of interesting things, yeah. Control by, I thought about doing a lab on Ansible lint, in fact, because I had a lab on Ansible lint back when we did, so when I left AAA years ago, I had built a bunch of training for them, and the training had, hold on, let me go back. The training had some stuff kind of like that. I don't think I have my Ansible stuff in here. But anyways, it doesn't matter. But Ansible lint, it's funny what you'll find that it cares about that you don't, like the true and the false being capital or lowercase. Most people don't care about that much. But your linter probably does unless you turn that off. All right. So I'm going to blow through the first two labs here. The first two labs, I'm going to do them, but I'm not really going to spend a lot of time talking about them. On the right, you've got the questions that you should be asking yourself as you go through these, and I'm just going to run through them real quick because we've done labs 1 and 2 so much that I don't even think it warrants going through that deeply again. So your team wants to use a tool. They've decided Ansible, so we're going to install Ansible in the box. Hey, how's it going, Pessa? I'm on a little bit early because I'm off for a week. I started, actually right about now, I started my vacation time, and I will be out of the town until next Friday. So we're installing Ansible. Simple stuff over here. We need to know what version we're using. There's a lot of reasons to know why you're using a version of any tool, right, as an engineer. One of the main reasons is if you want to go ask somebody for help or you want to look at the manual or the documentation, you want to make sure you're on the right version. Ansible has two very distinct different versions right now, in that there's like the old legacy stuff that's still on a lot of Red Hat and Ubuntu systems, and that's all the 2 version. And then there's also an Ansible 3 version, right? And the way we find out what version we're on is just Ansible version. We're on a 2.9.6 version. So we're going to adhere to the 2.9 documentation. So when we go to like Ansible, if I go module for like setup, I want to learn about setup, and I go look at this documentation here. Let me make this a little bigger for a second. One of the things I have to do is go back to the 2.9 documentation because it's slightly different in there. And this is why versioning is so important as engineers. I need to know what version of the documentation to reference, or I might get something a little different. And I can tell you there's a version of this, or there's a tool that only works in the newest version of Ansible that I didn't even know existed because I'm used to using 2.9. And one of our guys was like, you'll absolutely love this. And he's right, I do. It's I think it's path join Ansible module. Let me see. It might be path join. Yeah, it is path join. It's a filter, right? But there's no backwards. This doesn't work in 2.9, right? But you say, well, what does that do, Scott? Why would you be talking about this path join thing that's newer? Well, it's guys, this is super useful. I'm gonna link this to you guys. Super useful in newer Ansible. In fact, some of you like Pessa, some of you guys that get to work with newer and cooler technology, you guys um, probably get to use this version. I'm still stuck in. I'm not stuck, but I'm in HPC systems, and we're kind of stuck like 10 years in the past on a lot of our stability efforts, right? Well, this is absolutely like wonderful. You can add to the path in the file and then join them in the filter. This is such a nice, like, we used to have to like play with the path on the line and then like bring in the variable or bring in the item or whatever. It's a million times easier with this path join tool, the filter as it were. But it doesn't exist in the older Ansible. So I had never even heard of this. One of my colleagues he's pretty good with Ansible. I mean, the guy's better than me, that's for sure. My only claim to fame is I'm really good at the basics. So a lot of people think I know what I'm doing, but I'm like, I don't know how to do any of that harder stuff. This is slick, guys. This changes the game. But in our cluster, for him to use this was actually funny. He and I were going through all my stuff, and he goes, Scott, why don't you use this path join? And I go, I don't even know how to use that thing. So what he did, so check this out. We had to, when we did our last patching effort, which is coming up again in June, we're going to have a big patching effort against our cluster. And I've written like 95% of all the stuff for this patching. I built this test environment out and turned it over just recently. What he had to do to get this working is we had to pull a Docker container down. So he had to pull a Docker image down, run that, and that's what we ran our Ansible for our deploy out of, was that Docker image. Because we couldn't get, in the Red Hat standard libraries, you couldn't get, or a standard library, from what we could get from satellite in our locked-in cluster, we couldn't get this. So what we did was we pulled in a container, ran it in the Docker container, or Podman technically, but super useful, guys. Super useful right there. Wait, Control Byte, is that because of your cleanup? Is that because of your linter efforts that you were doing, or is it because of that? Because that's also super cool, using that. So anyway, so we're gonna throw our version in there again. I'm not going through lab 1 and 2. We're just blowing through them now, right? Just extra stuff. That, guys, that was a big pickup when I found that. All right, so boom, and then I say check Ansible doc and just read a little bit. We've done this a lot in here, but I can do help and it'll tell me about the Ansible doc. I can go look up and say there's approximately this many modules, right? 3,387. Ansible calls them right here. It doesn't. They're all modules, right? But when you do Ansible doc-L, they actually call them plugins, right? And that's like, I don't know. They're modules when you call them like this, but apparently they're plugins in the documentation. And you can look up at setup and copy. Oops, so hit Q in there and then hit copy. And then now for copy, it makes sense that if you're going to copy something from here to there, you're going to have to, in your documentation, you're going to find that some of the things, like a destination, are required. If I hand you a very hot potato, if you guys have ever heard the term hot potato, I have to tell you where to put it, or you're not going to be able to do anything with it, right? You're just going to have to drop it on the floor. Well, with this, in this case, the destination is required, because if we want to copy from somewhere to somewhere, right? Interestingly enough, it doesn't have source as a requirement in the documentation. The source right here? Source. Doesn't say it's required. But I can assure you it actually is, and it won't work without it. Also, one other thing. Let me show you guys something, because you might not have ever thought of this. Why do you think you might use remote source in Ansible? So remote source, what do you think that is? Well, that means the file is already there. Well, why would the file already be there? Doesn't the file always have to be pushed? And the answer to that's no. What if the file system, what if there's a file system that's mounted on all your devices, like an NFS file system, and the first step is to have the systems copy it out of there, a place they know about, into themselves so that they can configure it from themselves, right? Some web server config or some local config for like Slurm to access the cluster. So remote source is sometimes valid if I don't want to put, because you say, well, Scott, why would you ever do that? Well, check this out. I've got I've got two networks in my high performance computer. I've got a very slow management network that can be somewhere between 1 and 10 gigs per second. Mine, I'm going to tell you guys, in my cluster of 1,200 nodes, it's 1 gig. Well, It's 10 gig in some places, but it's 1 gig. Let's just say 1 gig. And let's say that I want all the nodes to mount an ISO for like the new Mellanox driver. They're all on InfiniBand now, but they're going to go to the new ISO of Mellanox, and that ISO is half a gig. Let's call it a gig. It's a little under a gig, I think, but let's just say it's a gig. And I want to push it from, if I want all those machines and I'm going to push it from my machine, I'm using my machine's bandwidth, right, over that 10 gig network. But what if I put it out on my GPFS cluster, and my GPFS cluster is my storage, and all of those nodes have that storage mounted, and they can pull that down at a speed that their rate is either a quad QDR, which is QDR stands for quad data rate, but QDR, HDR, or EDR, and those can be between 100 gigs per second and 200 gigs per second for the, well, it's an aggregate of the links, right? Well, then I would rather them pull it over that, yes, than pull it from my machine pushing it to all those nodes. Maybe I got 1,000 nodes. They can all just go over their super high-speed network and pull the data up, and that's much, much faster. So remote source is sometimes useful as you sit, like as you kind of close your eyes and think, where is this data coming from? And if it's a very small set of files, especially like config files, sometimes it makes sense to put them out on an NFS share and let all those machines grab them from NFS. That's a very common use case. If it's something like mounting an ISO or an image, sometimes we want to pull it over that high-speed data network we have and not the management network. So that's something to think about, right? These are all things to think about as engineers. My goal in these labs is to get you guys doing the basics, right? Look, there you are. You learned Ansible. Here's the questions that you would ask about Ansible. This comes from our learning Ansible through the Socratic method. The Socratic method is asking questions. Can I do this? Do I understand this? Why is this the way it is? Why do I think, and it's a lot of people think about it again as like a debate tool, but it's also a learning tool. You can use it to like teach yourself things. Can you show the version of Ansible? Ansible-version. Can you show the documentation for the URI module? Ansible doc-s URI. And it'll tell me about the URI module and information right at the command line. Because maybe you don't want to leave your terminal to go look at stuff. I pull stuff up all the time in the web browser, but maybe some people don't ever want to leave their terminal. You don't have to, right? You can go look it up right in there. All right, so now we're going to go to the next lab. Again, I'm not even bothering linking these labs because they're so quick. Here are the labs, though. Whoops! Exclamation mark labs over here. And if anybody wants the lab, I'll put it on the YouTube side as well. So here it is on the YouTube side for people that want it. Whoops. Moderator, yeah, I don't know where all that crap is, but there you go. Killer Coda Labs. All right, so keep going. By the way, one of the reasons I've been streaming to YouTube more is I find that YouTube really has like more persistence. I get a lot of like not alerts, but like I get a lot of notifications that just are constantly coming up for people finding the YouTube videos. So I was like, all right, I'll keep dual streaming out there. And the goal of this, guys, for you that don't know, the whole reason I pop on here is to tell people, hey, we've got a professional Linux users group. We've got a place where you can go and hang out with other engineers that are interested in doing this stuff probably as much as you are or more. And our stated goal is to help you go from being a hobbyist, because we're all doing this as hobbyists, and become a professional. So if you want to be a pro at this stuff, and I don't mean pro like you're cooler than other people, I mean pro like you're getting paid for it. That's what that group is. And anybody here that's part of that group would tell you they're pretty supportive, and they make fun of me a lot, but for you guys, they're pretty supportive. Especially if you come in there and say, hey, I don't know anything, where do I start? People in there will help you, and that's kind of the goal of this group, right? All right, so now we're in these formats. Again, I'm not going to go too deep into this on the right. I'm going to leave this for you guys because we've been through this set of labs before. I'm going to start kind of more in earnest at the next part, going through it. But suffice it to say, I've got to make a root hosts file. You could put this file wherever you want. And I'm going to say servers and control plane. That's one server. And node 01, that's the other. And then I can cat root hosts. And I can say Ansible servers. So I'm going to call servers. and I'm going to say -I root host. I'm very explicitly giving the inventory file that I want to use, and I'm going to give the module of maybe shell and maybe the argument of uptime. It might surprise you to know that when I was working on my test environment earlier today, and I have like 14 nodes in my little test environment, that I updated their kernel version, then I updated their new OFED drivers, then I updated their GPFS, which is their general parallel file system, right? And then I set up their Slurm, right? Those four major package groups I had to set up. One of the commands I did today looked just like this. And except, actually everything's right except the name was a little different because the name of my file was test hosts. And I just did it relative to the directory I was in, which was like admin Ansible, whatever my command, or whatever my path was, right? But here, I just went through and basically did an uptime on the machines. Now, some of you might be asking, well, Scott, why in all the world is that better than this? Server, host name. Why is that better than that? Why is using Ansible with all of its control functions around it and its kind of bloat? If you really want to get into it, there's significant amount of bloat here and this deprecation warning and that kind of stuff. Why is this any better than the old shell way that we used to do it? And this was the old shell way. And I could also, instead of just doing a list of servers on the command line, which you would almost never do in the real world, what if I just had them all in a file and I could just hit a bunch of servers real quick like that? What's the difference? Why is it better? Hey, thanks for the follow. I'm going to call you Geo. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. Maybe that's supposed to be George 15. I don't know. But why is it better? And I'll tell you, it's because there's more control around it. When we get into the playbooks, there's a lot more functionality that's added. This shell script that's running through and going and hitting those nodes, it's not remembering anything. That host name and uptime are simply a static standard out coming back to my command line. Like this is simply static a standard out. It's just flat data. But with Ansible, I can capture that data and I can do stuff with it and I can make decisions. So I kind of have this robust framework to build on, and that's what a lot of these labs are that we're doing. That's more powerful than this. Now, all that to say, I still use this the little for loop over a file. I still use that for quick and dirty stuff. I also use the Ansible playbook stuff for quick and dirty stuff. I have one that I use. So I have a set of nodes that are, I told you guys in my clusters that I work on, we get generational drops. So every year we buy more stuff and spackle it on the side and keep making it work with newer and newer generations, and then older generations die after like 3 or 4 years depending. Well, one of the things that I was doing just recently is a bunch of them in my newer generation were coming up with, they were going to the wrong default route. And the reason is because they're getting their information from DHCP, and I want to change that to be static. So for me to change this to be static and not come up through DHCP, I've got to do kind of like a lift and shift of some of their underpinnings and some of their underlying files and stuff. It's super easy, but it's in the old RHEL 7.9. You take their etc sysconfig network-scripts and then the name of the file, or the name of the thing, which is like ifconfig dash, I think EN01 in this case. Yeah, it's EN01. And I need to fix that file to no longer look at DHCP, but to rather gather all this data on the server that's already there and then put it in as a static configuration. And you might say, well, Scott, that sounds kind of complex. You've got a working thing now, and then you need to bring this other one in that's different, but you got to use data that it got from DHCP. That's exactly a perfect use case for Jinja templating. Because what I'll do is I'll lay that file down, and from the DHCP, I already have an IP address. I have its route, which I'm going to fix. I got to fix the route. That's the main thing. I've got its subnet mask. Subnet mask static, anyways, is not going to change. and all these things. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull them out of the server. I'm going to stamp them into that template, and then I'm going to put them in place on that server. And you might say, what if that breaks something? It can't break anything because actually the file, the connection will still be up. Then I'll test it on a few servers by restarting them, making sure that they work. I'll already have tested this, but sanity check. Make sure that they come back, and then I'll reset all the other ones, right? And I'll make sure that my connections are good as I reset them, and then they'll go down off of DHCP and they'll come up static. And you'll say, why were they done via DHCP? Well, because we let the base image of that be built by a vendor, and they made a decision. It wasn't a wrong decision. It works, right? If it works, it works. It's just we need to move it back to static because of a future decision, a deconflicting a management tool that we have called XCAT now, and going to Werewolf. So if you guys have never seen XCAT, this is XCAT. It's the Extreme Cloud Administration Toolkit. It is technically not being supported anymore, but this is XCAT here for anybody that wants to read about that. I use that quite a bit in the professional world. And then we're going to be using Werewolf. Gotta make sure I look up Werewolf open source and not one of these other bullshits, because it'll come up. But this is a different tool, and this one relies heavily on DHCP. So you might say, well, Scott, why would it matter? I'll put these in both the links, in both the chats too. You might say, why would you want to care about if it's DHCP or not? Well, because you can only have one DHCP, right? Like DHCP is a lot like the Highlanders. There can be only one. You can't have a whole bunch of them running around. In fact, anything more than one is an immediate problem, because systems that come up go through it's a boot P process, boot protocol, and they find, through using MAC broadcasts, they find one device that responds and gives them information about who they are on the network and the least that they can use for an IPv4 address that's correct for them. However, there's also a boot P6, so there's a IPv6 version. You cannot have more than one. Once you have a second one, there's a problem, right? All right, and there's all kinds of problems that'll come from that. Not the least of which is multiple nodes sharing the same IPs, which is a problem. All right, so now I say do a ping check. So ping, however, is not ICMP. What I did right here is not the same as this right here. What I just did is not the same as this. For this, do ping-c1 $server, right? I did not just ping both nodes like that over ICMP. What I did was I did the ping module, and the ping module, I'm going to run this again just to have it. The ping module made an SSH connection, connected over to the device, gathered whatever information it wanted to, did an SFTP connection to push over the Python microcode for the ping dot, it's like a PyZ or whatever is the name of that like zipped up Pi tool. It's going to extract it, and then it's going to run it on that far machine. And that's what happened right here. And you say, how can you prove that? Well, you can run the same command again. Press up a few times, and all you got to do in here with ping is add a whole bunch of V's. If you add 3 V's, you're going to get the highest level of verbose that you can go right here. In fact, I even say it on the right. Can you be more verbose here? It's a tremendous amount of dark blue on my screen, right? But it tells me what it's doing and how it's actually executing that command. And then it's also telling me how it pushed it over with SFTP. Where's that? There's it actually running right there. That's our SSH. And then here is it pushing. Here's it SFTPing and putting it over there. So that's the actual file it puts over root.ansible temp, Ansible local temp, copies from here to here. And it's this Ansible z underscore ping.py, right? Hey, how's it going, Moop Moop? We're just we're playing with Ansible a little bit. Yeah. We're going to Mexico tomorrow, me and the wife, and a whole bunch of friends. So we're going down there, and that should be fun. I will drop pictures in the Discord like I did last year when we were down there. So, all right. So again, we're not going too deep into this, but I ask a whole bunch of stuff over here, and one of the last things we do is your team's going to add a whole bunch to the inventory. So we're going to vi root hosts Shift G, O, go to a new line, and it says to just add these extra hosts here. These are not hosts that are in the network for real yet, but we're still going to add them. And now you've got one inventory file. Ranger Dog is going to go with my brother Tommy. So down on our server, Tomo623 or whatever his name is, he lives about a mile away from me, and I'm gonna take Ranger over there tonight. Actually, you know what? It's funny. I don't think I've checked Ranger Cam lately. How's Ranger doing? Let's see. There's our Nagios. Here's the server. Who even knows where Ranger is? He's not downstairs, but we're gonna take him over there because we're leaving pretty early tomorrow, and my brother Tommy's gonna keep an eye on him. He's got 2 other dogs, and we're gonna make sure that they're doing. Yeah, what is Ranger doing? It's 86 outside right now, so it's kind of warm in Phoenix. Oh no, I take it back. It's 91 right now in Phoenix. 91. There's like a weather advisory or something. It's hot out. It's real hot. So, anyways, yeah, that's Ranger. All right. So, checked on Ranger. We've checked on the lab. We've added this new stuff. We've done the commands here. We can do some inventory commands to just list out what's going on there. We see that in JSON output. We see this in this weird graph output. It's not weird. It's easy for us to see this. And this is fine to like put in a PowerPoint or send to management. That's not super useful from a programmatic standpoint. And then over here, you have a YAML output. This is the only one of those that is also allowed to be an input. So you could run this with the list-y, and you can go throw this in a file, and Ansible can slurp this back in. None of these other formats can go back into Ansible. Ansible only accepts INI and YAML format. Those are the only 2. I think it says it over here. What are the file formats? Why is it important? Well, because if I do some BS, my Ansible isn't going to talk to anything. So don't BS your Ansible, right? It's not going to work. All right, boom. Look at you learning Ansible. All right. So we did those things. We got through those. And then really we got to the part, so can you output the inventory in 3 different formats? We just did that. Can you assign variables to your servers in your inventory? We didn't do that, but we will later. If you do know how to do that, feel free to do that. But that's the thing to ask yourself. Do I know how to assign a variable as I feed the inventory into it? And if you don't, that's something to go look up. We also do it in later labs, but all right, so this is ad hoc mode. So I'm going to pin this lab for people that want to do it with me. This lab I'll go a little more in depth with here. Pin lab, and I'll leave it up here we'll leave it till we manually unpin it. People on the YouTube side, you won't get a pin, but there it is in the chat. So you guys have that if you need it. And I want you guys you can start the lab if you want. You can start thinking about it. But these are the things that I want you to think about as you do this lab. Again, this is the Socratic method of learning. It's you look at something, you think about it, and you go, do I understand the difference between ad hoc mode and playbook mode? If I don't know why I might use one or the other, like if you're like, well, I've been using Ansible for 8 years, I only do it in playbook mode. I go, well, that's real impressive. I use it in ad hoc mode all the damn time. Even today, I probably ran 30 ad hoc commands today because they're quick. And I can do quick and dirty things to see the state of my environment, and then I can go write the playbooks to change or build or test or whatever. But ad hoc is very fast and very like in the spirit of agile. You know, somebody comes over and goes, Scott, I got this list of servers. Can you hit them all real quick and tell me this? Yeah, we could do that with Shell too, but I'm saying I can do that, and then if you immediately go, okay, now I know that information's there. Can we do this and this and this and execute these things in these conditions? I say, yeah, that's just a little bit of Ansible playbooks at that point, right? It's very simple things that we can do well to control our whole environment the way that we want to. Okay, so if you do it via SH, surely done with Ansible would be quicker, right? Well, I mean, it depends. Like I can do. It depends what I need. Like if somebody's just like, hey, can you just set this route? I might just loop over it real quick in Shell. But if I wanted to check it every few days or something, I might write it up in Ansible like I do at work. And bash scripts are okay, but yeah, they tend to just not be as controllable as Ansible. Ansible is just shy of being a programming language when you write out this declarative stuff. It's very close. It can do a lot of the same things as a programming language, but it's not quite a programming language. So you can get a lot of functionality out of it. So, all right. So think about these things over here on the right, and we're going to start over here on the left. Verify your host file. I don't make you build it this time. Verify your server's uptime, verify your OS of your servers, and verify the date and time of servers. So we're just checking things real quick with ad hoc mode. I say create a file called root version with the Ansible facts for the distribution, and create a file called root date for the current date of the servers. Okay. So we cat our root host, that's there. And we say, can you tell me the uptime of the servers? Yep, 39 minutes, 39 minutes. That's how long these servers have been up. All right, good. And I say, can you tell me all of the factor data that's been gathered on those servers? And yeah, I can do that. This is so much information. I always tell you guys, this is like pages and pages of information, multiple pages per server. And if I wanted to see just how long this output is right here, I can just run that through like a number line or a word count -L. Let's just do a number line. It's about 1,100 per server. About 1,100 lines per server. That's a lot of pages of data right there. But it's a lot of lines and it's a lot of pages of data, but it's also very useful. I can tell what the Ansible virtualization type is if there is one. Tell all this kind of information here, right? So, what if I say, let's filter down by just the distribution. So give me all the data, but give me a filter for only the distribution of Ansible. So the Ansible distribution is Ubuntu here. And the Ansible distribution down here is also Ubuntu. That's pretty good. Okay. Then I come down here and I say, okay, so we got our Ansible distribution. Let's throw that in a file because we need that in a file for the lab to let us go forward. Then these are the warnings. Nobody cares about the warnings. Then we come down here and I say, can we filter by the date and time of these servers? And this is super useful right here. If you've never played with this or seen this before, this is what's called the ISO 8601 format. And you will probably use this format right here more than any other format in your engineering career. That is API calls, that is server time output, that is JavaScript logging, that is a very common timestamp right there for pretty much anything traversing over the web. You're going to run in that. Ansible uses it, Python uses it natively, so you don't have to do any conversions or anything. That's one of the most common timestamps you're going to run into, ISO 8601. So, you know, look at that. Look at all these different ways that we can look at time in the system, and that's very useful for us. Everybody know what the epoch time is, right? Everybody knows epoch time, right? Okay. And we come down here, and now we push that data into a file. So we have it, and then we go on. And I say here, oh, and then there it is. That's the end of the lab. That's the whole lab. But you then come over here and you look at this and you go, do I understand these things, right? This is the crux of pretty much all learning. We can put our heads down. Actually, if you've noticed, every lab I write, you could simply put your head down and just say next, 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 and hit those buttons and it would work. You couldn't just hit submit. You'd have to actually hit the commands in the labs. But I give you a way to see all of this stuff work without having to think too much about it. But then I think for effective learning to occur, you have to come back here and look at what you did and say, do I understand what the ad hoc difference is? Do I understand what commands I ran that were ad hoc, and how do I know that they were ad hoc? Well, because they were individual commands. They weren't looped up into tasks in a playbook. They weren't put into a way that they were passing their variables between themselves like they can. We didn't do any of that stuff. We simply ran one module at a time with no recollection between them of what the last one did. And that's okay. That's valuable for some things. But playbooks are really where the cult of Ansible comes from, right? I joke around about that a lot with the Cult of Ansible. I had some playbooks where I was able to disable gather facts, sped up execute. Yeah, control byte. There, you can disable like the gather facts true, and then you can very specifically do setup only where you need to. So for me, one that I've used in the past is I turn off gather facts on all the servers, but I need to do setup on my own server because that's where I'm gonna stamp the Jinja data at the end. And you guys have seen my Jinja templates, which by the way are available for anybody who wants them. All you gotta do is go grab them out of these labs. The Jinja templates stamp based on the date and the time, so I need to know that, but I only need to know that on my server. If my server knows it and I'm doing that execution of the stamp on my server, I don't have to know it on all the other servers, unless I'm referencing it from them. But for the most part, yeah, you can save a lot of time not gathering a lot of facts. And it uses a lot less memory. So it's definitely a win-win on the Ansible side when you can skip the full gather facts and just do a setup module against just the things that you need to. One of our guys, he's not around very often anymore, but he works with me at Redline. His name's Felix. He used to do that with us at AAA. He would go and he'd find the playbooks that didn't need the gather facts true, and he'd turn it off, and then he'd just do setup on the things they needed, and he had some good success in speeding up a lot of our stuff. Is there a spec sheet for VM for an Ansible control node? Moop, I don't think so, but there's like, I would tell you it depends on how many servers you're hitting and that kind of stuff. I have crushed servers that have 256 cores and 2 terabytes of RAM under 2600 nodes before with 500 nodes at a time, and it's because it stores everything. but you can also run Ansible slower at its minimum forks, or its default forks, which is 5 or 25. I think depending on the version you're using. I think 5's the default in most of this stuff, but you can bump it up. I run it at work against my 1200 nodes at 100 at a time. That box is 64 cores and 256 gigs of RAM, and that one doesn't have any problems running 100 at a time. So I don't know. It's I don't want to say it's like a feel thing. There are definitely some sheets out there, moop, but they're probably like Red Hat. You probably have to like sign up for something and go watch their video or something, and then they give it to you. But no, I'd say that I've been able to run Ansible on 4-core, 8 gig machines against a couple hundred devices, no problem. Measure and take data. Yeah. At the end of the day, it's going to be one test is worth 1,000 expert opinions, right? That's the thing is, measure twice, cut once, or measure once, cut twice, right? However you want to say that. I know they're not the same, guys, but it's funny. All right, so we did this. The next lab. We'll go to the next lab. I said, can you connect all the servers and get uptime? I think you guys can do that. Can you connect all the servers and get all of their facts? I think you could do that too. You did setup. That gets you all the tasty data. I said, can you connect all the servers and show only the time facts? I think you guys did that too. Ansible _date _time, right? So I think you guys did all of those things in that lab if you did it with me. All right, we'll go to lab 4 real quick. Saw pretty large. Give me 1 second here. I'm gonna unpin. Yeah, some of our guys that are involved with AWS are really busy right now because all that fallout with the S3 buckets. Saw pretty large deviation from switching from AWS Intel-based servers to their Graviton. Yeah, I'm sure you would. Speaking of AWS, I am not affiliated with AWS in any way. However, I do hold 5 of their certifications, and I can tell you that that big old nothing burger that I've been seeing all over the place. Does everybody know what the big nothing burger is? It's the big, somebody can spend all your money out of S3, which, by the way, I remember mentioning that, like, I don't know, probably almost a year ago. In fact, I think Inspector ran off and was like, oh, I'm going to go charge some people a whole bunch on S3. But I gave the caveat that you would have to leave everything open, you would have to turn off a whole bunch of defaults, and you would have to just expose it to the world in a way that it is not exposed by default. And all those things are true. So that big old thing about everybody complaining about S3 buckets, um, yeah, if you expose everything to the world and people abuse that thing that you're exposing to the world, that's not the default setting, that is your fault. Like, it's not, I mean, it still could probably be criminal behavior on their part, but what I'm saying is it's not AWS's fault that you turned off safeguards that they put there. And that's absolutely asinine. So, I don't know. I've been watching a lot of people complain about that stuff, and I know it's been causing a lot of extra work for our guys that are in AWS. I'm gonna try to get work to pay for AWS. Of course, looking to get Adrian Cantrell. Yeah, a lot of the guys love Adrian. I like Stefan Merrick. I think he's good. Adrian Cantrell sounds like he's fine. I don't like his candor, but other people seem to tend to like him, so that's probably fine. I'm not telling you not to. Guys that have done perfectly fine on their certs have swore by him, so he's probably perfectly fine. All right, let's do the lab, and yeah, if work will pay for it, that's cool. My brother Tommy gets his paid for. Yeah, that's part of the reason. That's part of the problem I have with Cantrell, but I'm not going to go into that right now. So let's verify our root host file and our root config file. Let's create our directories on our servers, and let's push over our file and change it to meet what we kind of need, right? So Ansible ad hoc continued. What command did we use to create the file on the servers? Can you set a different owner and permission? So we're going to do these questions as we kind of walk through everything. So I want you guys to review these and then think about them as we go. All right? All right. Good. So here's our solution. Cat our root hosts. Servers control plane node 01. Cat our root config. var 10000 true false. Oh shoot. All right, so we're going to run this first command, which is going to be an ad hoc command. Again, we learn ad hoc commands, or I show you guys ad hoc commands because they're the individual pieces that build up later into a playbook. Now, once you know how to run playbooks, do you have to run ad hoc commands first? Absolutely not. You just jump right into your playbooks. But I find that like looking at and inspecting your pieces before you start to build something are helpful. If any of you have ever built like a Lego thing or something, I remember my son got a Lego game when he was really little, and he opened it up, and the first page was just all of the pieces that were in the thing. And I actually thought this was funny because he was only like 4 or 5 when he did this, and he took every piece. There were 127 pieces or something, and he put them all on this little page to make sure they were all there. And I was like, well, that's definitely either an engineer in training or some kind of autism, but he's not autistic. But that's like one of the things. If he had color coded them, it would have been worse. But anyways, my point is that is what we do. We lay all the pieces out first, right? I don't know where I was going with that, but we're touching each individual thing in an ad hoc fashion. So let's run this. It's going to be the module file. So it's a file module, and we're giving it 2 arguments, the path and the state. Now, how would I know that those were the 2 arguments that I had to give it? Well, I could look at the documentation for it. So Ansible doc-s file would tell me I have access time, access format. By the way, it's alphabetical. So I can go to maybe path. And here's path that's required. The path of the file being managed. And then what's the other one that I need? Hey, how's it going, Robodom? What's the other one I needed was directory or state, right? And my state is right here. It says if absent, directory deleted. If diff, if no paths, if absent, and they walk you through what all the things are. Now in our case, we said that the state was going to be directory, right? And when we said directory, that's going to create a directory on both of those servers. But look when I just ran it again. That's a different output, right? Because when we made it the first time, we hit it the first time, it changed things. When we ran it the second time, we didn't have to change anything. Right? There we go. Since we didn't have to change anything, it just said, it's good. The state that you have declared, that you want opt deployment to be a directory, you've declared that as a state. I found it good. It's okay, buddy. let's move on with our stuff. Now in an ad hoc mode, there's no moving on, but that success right there is the same as an okay. It didn't change anything. Therefore, nothing would be triggered from it. So if this were in a playbook and we were to find this was a task in a playbook that we had run, this would not trigger a handler. If there was a notify at the end of this, the notify would have happened here because something changed. The notify would not happen to run a handler here or here on both nodes, right? That's an important thing to see there. So anyways, they make you run them again, or I make you run them again. These are all mine. By the way, if you're going through the labs and you want this Socratic method doc, this is up in our Discord. So Robodom put the Discord up there for a second, or he put the Discord up there a little while ago. People on YouTube, I think it's just in the chat, or it's in the, I think it's in my I don't know where it is, but if you go to Killer Coda, you can find the link to Discord on there. And surprisingly, Robodom, I was telling the guys, like, surprisingly, like, the stuff that I've been leaving up on YouTube, that has a lot more, well, I knew that it had a lot more persistence than Twitch, because if you guys don't know, when you're not live on Twitch, there's nobody in your channel. That makes sense. But on the YouTube side, people go and check stuff out, even stuff that's been recorded before. So I kind of think that that's where a lot of the people, because people have just been jumping in the server at midnight when nobody's doing nothing. People will jump in the middle of the day when nobody's doing anything. And it's probably just because they've been hanging out here and doing, you know, or they've been finding us on YouTube and then going down in there. So I'm like, that's kind of cool. Plus I get like notifications on my phone all the time. They don't like alert out, but they just pop up and they say, hey, somebody subscribed to your channel on YouTube. And YouTube is subscribe is the same as a like over here on Twitch. So, or like a follow. Subscriptions over there are just follows over here. So, and follows are free, so you guys are welcome to do them anytime, especially if this stuff's useful to you. All right, so I've made that directory over there. Now I'm going to copy this file over. And surprisingly enough, or maybe not surprising, if there was an empty directory called op deployment, and I pushed a new file in there, it probably is not surprising to you that this has changed. But does that mean you're going to upload more on YouTube? Robodom, I'm going to keep doing this on YouTube, especially since I like this format here. And, you know, the goal of this is to get more people. Like, just find more people, get more people interested in doing this, show you guys that you can do this. And this here, like how we're using it, it looks like a cute little tool. But then, like, you find out that I spent this week building out this whole test cluster with this tool. And I took a bunch of nodes that were on one baseline and I shifted the baseline by using Ansible. And I built out the way to do it. And now these, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So like 10 nodes actually is in the cluster that I built. That procedure that I built on those 10 nodes, I'm going to try it on a few other nodes as I get permission to bring them into the cluster. And then when we go to shift our whole baseline of all 1,200 other nodes, we're going to use my playbooks and my Ansible for it. And that's super useful. I mean, because we used to have to babysit bash scripts and we want to get reports out and just all kinds of messiness inside of the bash scripts. Do bash scripts work perfectly fine still? Absolutely. I use bash all over the place. I'm constantly cleaning out old bash. I feel like a janitor, just like pushing a broom and getting all the old bash scripts out of our environment. And I use Ansible in its place because Ansible has a lot of control and a lot of functionality that we can see. Also, we have more persistent way of reviewing your content. Yeah, Robodom, people are welcome to, hang out on YouTube as well, right? All right, so we did this, and we see a checksum, and we see an MD5 sum. If you guys care, this checksum is SHA-1. That's still being used in Ansible. And this MD5 sum is, well, MD5. And if you say, can you prove that, Scott? Yeah, we can prove that. We can say MD5 sum of root config file, and then we can say SHA-1 sum of that same thing, root config file.cfg. And we'll get those two outputs right there. I'll let you guys sit there. Yeah, SHA-1's very secure. Yeah. And MD5 is not used anymore, really, and neither is SHA-1. but they're really, really good for weighing two things. Are the two things exactly the same? Did anything change between here and there? No, no. So that's why Ansible uses it. All right, so we copied it over, but we've got a problem with the config. The config itself isn't wrong. Maybe in our environment, one example I like to give is when I used to stamp things. This wouldn't be var. This would be change, change, right? Like change record. And instead of being a bunch of zeros like this, it would be my change record in ServiceNow. And my change record in ServiceNow was always capital C, capital H, capital G. It looked like this. And then some number. Right? Like that. That's what it always looked like. Something like that. And maybe I want to stamp this right here over this default value that I had. Or whatever, right? So, hey, how's it going, Tani? This is a very common type of thing. Like maybe I've got a default Apache configuration and I want to change some line in there. So we've got modules to do that. We can do line and file and replace. Replace is kind of newer and works pretty well, but I kind of like line and file. I've left it in this lab because I think it's useful to know because it still works well. But I'm just going to leave that change. That's just a format template that I'm used to seeing, right? Moop Moop, I got your test. So if you tested, I can see your typing. I can't see you over on YouTube though, if that's what you were testing. But I can see you on the Twitch side. You are not banned. I didn't ban you, and I don't think Robodom timed you out. But if Robodom does time you out, it's probably because of the wars that he had years ago with the Nightbot. Nightbot and him did not get along well. Guys, there's our little message about us. We're a bunch of engineers that want to get you guys doing this stuff. All right. So, where are we at? We're in our lab. We're in lab 4 of the Killer Coda labs. They're free to go play with. Or I banned because of... Yeah. Check out Tony's watch sound. Make sure it must be new Twitch feature. Interesting. Oh, yeah. No, Tawny's had that up for a long time where it just says watching with sound. Yeah, that's always popped up for Tawny. I don't know if that's just a setting that some people have. I'm not 100% sure. Or the watching without audio. That's been popping up for a long time on Tawny's user. Yeah. Cruising the store. Yeah. Okay, so let's change that file. And we're going to do a line and file module to do it. And the first time, the line had to be replaced. But let's do that module again. And this time, there's no message. Didn't have to change anything. So if we look here, here's our command. Ansible servers is still the servers I want to hit against, 2 of them. And then -i root hosts is our inventory file, right? There we go. Is the Twitch subscription the best way to invest some coins in your content? Pretty good as always. Cheers from Latham. Reno, you can, but you don't have to. Like, I tell people all the time, it keeps me motivated, but you absolutely don't have to. You're welcome to hang out here as much as you want. You're welcome to hang out down in our Discord as much as you want. Nobody has to pay me a single thing. I've told you guys many times, I think I'm an engineer and I'm a college professor. I'm doing all right. But if people do want to get rid of their, I think Turbo's actually what I mostly use, but I use Turbo so I don't get any commercials. But if people don't want to get commercials and want to subscribe, you can. But I'm not telling anybody that has to. I do have a book too. Yeah, and then we have Ranger. I can't tell you all the proceeds go to Ranger's treats, but probably a good amount do. Actually, can I tell you guys something really funny? Ranger he's not a dumb dog, right? Like, what I mean by that is some dogs pick things up really fast, and some dogs take months to learn things. Ranger learned in about 2 days. So I come home from the gym every morning. I go and I wrestle at 5 a.m. I get up about 4:20, take a shower, go to the gym, wrestle, come back right about 6:10 every morning. I step into the laundry room immediately when I get into my house. I step into the laundry room. I take my shirt off, and then I've got my my like wrestler rash guard underneath it. Take that off, and I throw it down in my laundry, and then I put my gi in the laundry and I wash it all, right? Ranger has figured out, it only took him a few days, he figured out that if he walks in there while I'm doing that, I give him a treat. So it's like very, was it Pavlov, right? Pavlovian with the dog. Ranger immediately picked that up. He came in one day, he was in there, and I gave him a treat, He comes in every time now, and I have like my shirt over my head, look down, he's there. And it's especially funny because he's an older dog, so it takes him a while to get up. He must start getting up when I'm driving my truck in the garage. He's like, oh, time to go get my treat for the morning. So then he catches me in there, like changing him in a little laundry room, and then he always gets his little treat in the morning. So I can't promise you I spend everything on the Ranger treats, but I can promise that he gets good treats. And then he also has these little glucosamine treats, which are glucosamine, yeah, and they're supposed to be good for his joints and stuff. Yeah, give him a treat. I sometimes walk down there and give him treats on stream. I could do that here in a little bit. Let's finish this lab, and then I'll let you guys absorb some of this and think about it, and I'll go give him a treat. So we've run this, and I just want you guys to see that it's this, guys. It's always the same thing with Ansible. You give it. So here's our Ansible. Here's the name of the host group that we're hitting, cat root hosts, right? There's our servers. It maps up. Everything points at something else. Here's the actual inventory file that we're hitting. Here's the module, which is line and file. We can go read about that online, or we can read about it in the docs here, right? The arguments are then what I want to... The module itself is almost like... Have you guys ever seen like a really specialized tool? Like, it's a really good example of it. Have you guys ever seen those? They're almost like... Actually, I've seen people do this with channel locks too. But have you guys ever had to press your brake pads in? Anybody here ever done their own brakes? And you have to press you press the caliper in, or whatever it's called. I don't know all the terminology, but I know how to do it. Like you have to, and you kind of like squeeze back, and then it can fit over, and then you can, I think you bleed the brake line with some pumps, and then everything's good, right? But where I'm going with that is that's a very specialized tool if you use the real tool. But I've seen people do that with channel locks. I've seen people do that with like all kinds of stuff. Where I'm going with this is this line and file is a very specific tool that needs to have and if you were to try to do anything else to squeeze that in, it wouldn't make sense. And it's the same idea here. Line and file is a very specific tool that needs very specific arguments. If I'm going to do a line and file edit of a file, and I don't tell it what file it's going to be used on, what the hell are we even doing here, right? Does that kind of make sense? It's a requirement, is what I'm saying. It's a part of the tool that needs to be there. Just don't change the brake pads and calibers. Yeah, right. Now it uses this regex. This is a regex value, but the argument is regex p, and this is where people get tripped up. Is first of all, I'll steal code off the internet immediately, so I always love looking at I'll go here. How's Ranger doing? Yeah, we'll do our line and file module Ansible, right? And I'll go. I love. They say good writers borrow, great writers steal. If I'm a great writer, it's because I know how to steal. If I'm a great writer of anything, there's always a really good set of examples right here. And I can go in here and go, I want to change the SE Linux config, and I want to find a file with that at the front of a line. So regexp will anchor to the front for SE Linux, and it'll change it to the value I want here. That's playbooks. Do you copy and amend what you need to achieve? It depends. Moop. But yeah, if I wanted to change something and I didn't have a block example, I would absolutely grab it off the internet. I never try to fake moop. I am too old and slow to try to figure anything out. I'm just kidding. But like I understand the pieces of it, right? And then I'll go modify it. But no, I think after you do this a few times, you'll know what file you're looking for and what you're kind of doing. Now here's the thing. This is a very simple example, but what if you want to change every instance of it that you find in a file? You might have to come down here and look for some different values. And then, this is really useful, what if you want to validate it after you change it? So you make a change for your admin all, and you put this line in, but then you want to validate it by using this command, and then maybe throw an error or roll back if not, right? So there's a tremendous amount of things in here that can happen. And you can go look at, you say, well, Scott, how do you know the behavior of validate? These are just examples down here. Then you scroll back up, and this is how you read what's actually going on. So validate says validation command to run before copying the updated file into the final destination. Temporary file path is used to validate, passed in through that, which must be present as in the examples below. So this will test the file before it drops in there. right? And that'll be in that temp directory that it copies in at or whatever. And then if it's not good, it's not going to put it in. I think it's going to say right here. And then here's handling complex validation. So now I'm going to start running down a rabbit hole of things that I don't know how to do, but I can start to figure out, right? Concept validation, whatever. All right. So we run that again. We don't need to change anything. And then look, I was running little ad hoc commands. Here's my ad hoc command to make sure that I did what I expected. So I've always told you guys, and this is a computer science thing, there's 3 levels of errors in programming or systems work or whatever. There's the first error, which is the easiest. I think by far the easiest. The one I would take every day, all day, over any other one, which is my syntax error. Syntax error happens first, and it happens immediately. If you've got an error, it tells you. The system's just like, hey, yeah, bro, I don't know what you're talking about. Then there's a runtime error, where when the syntax passes, but when you go to run, the stuff's not there, right? The thing is not there. So let me show you examples here in Ansible. If a syntax error would be like this. I just did this. I'd be like, yeah, bro, I don't know what to do with that. You didn't give me one of my arguments, so I broke, right? But then I run it like this, and that works. A runtime error would be like this. If we cat root hosts, and then I say, go ahead and do this. Server's town. Well, Server's town doesn't match anything. But Ansible handled that pretty gracefully. It just said, hey, buddy, you didn't give a matching host pattern. So those are 2 types of errors that can happen. So the first one is syntax. Second is runtime. So meaning that the syntax was good, but the variables weren't found or the actions weren't there. And then the most insidious type of error in computer science, I'm sure there's other ones, but these are the big 3. The last one is a logical error. The logical error is it just didn't do, it did everything, but it didn't do what I wanted because my logic was bad. The logic I put into it, right? So maybe I go do this, and I messed this up, and that's, there's other things, but I guess that's more of a logical error. So where's our little thing here? Yeah. Cat it, and then whoops. These are all my bad examples. Now my bad examples are populating over my good ones. Where's my? That one should work, right? Yeah, there we go. Anyways, now we see our bad stuff there. So anyways, just ways to think about different things. So we'll hit check, and that's a really quick lab. Those 2 labs are pretty quick. Creating bugs, right? Yeah. So look at this. Look at you learning Ansible. You solved this challenge. So I want you guys to think about that. We're going to go to lab 5 next, and we're going to stop doing ad hoc, and we're going to actually start building some playbooks. We're going to be very simple playbooks to start. But you can start working on this lab, or you can keep working on this lab, and I am going to go give Ranger a treat, because that's what the people want. The people want to see Ranger munch on a treat. I'm going to give Ranger a treat, and I'm going to say real quick, hourglass break. Oops. Break and Ranger treat. Work on the lab. And I'm going to say 6 minutes. So now you guys can watch Ranger munch. And there's your lab time right there. Little lab timer. Alright, I'll be right back. Treats for Ranger. We're giving Ranger a treat. just see Ranger was trying to eat it the other way, and I was like, Ranger, you got to eat it for your public. Ranger, the public needs to watch you eat. Your adoring fans. Ranger was like, I don't have no adoring fans. Yeah, Ranger, like, he tried to eat it the other way, so I had to give him the skippity paps. Nah, he's alright. He's a good dog. Alright. Let's do a little more of this. Let's get a little more involved here. I'm going to pull this back up, so I'm back up. Got some water. Yeah, treat Ranger, it's the will of people. Yeah, Ranger is, look, he's happily treated now. And he's good. He's going to my brother Tommy's house tonight. So some of you guys know Tommy from down in the Discord. He's got 2 other dogs. They're both smaller than Ranger. We're going to bring Ranger's bed over. We're going to bring a bunch of food for him, treats, his water bowl. And he's always gotten along pretty well with other dogs. And he's much older and much chiller now. So he's really just going to go over there and hang out. And then my brother Tommy works from home most days. No, they won't bug him. No, I bet that they just all, because my brother said they all stay in the front room together. So I bet they're all fine. Ranger's been there with one of the dogs before. Ugh, sorry, I'm yawning. Not the little one. The little one kind of goes a little hard in the play, but I think Ranger will be fine with him. Ranger's always gotten along with other dogs pretty well, so they'll probably get to know each other and then just kind of play. But Ranger, I mean, I can't emphasize this enough. Like Ranger, he gets up really slow nowadays. He's not a young pup anymore, so he won't be chasing a dog around that wants to yip and run around and stuff. He'll just kind of hang out and do his own thing because that's Ranger, you know. So, all right, let's wait a minute. I'm gonna wait one more minute for this timer to run out. So if anybody wants to hang out, oh, deleted's back. Okay, good. People are back in the Discord. Oh my God, it's my brother. Alright, anyways, my brother's going to be watching him, so that's going to be kind of funny. And then he's also going to keep an eye on the house. He only lives about a mile away, so he's going to come over every few days and just kind of make sure there's no problems over here and probably get the mail for us. We're going to be back next Friday, so we'll be around. I probably won't do a stream while I'm there, but I could. I didn't do one last year. I just never really found the time to do it. But Rogue Dom, it's going to be pretty good. I don't know if I told you guys this. If I pull this place up, hold on, I'll pull up the place for you guys, because maybe you guys are interested in seeing this. I know sometimes people like seeing this stuff, sometimes they don't care. But let me find so we're at Residence Grand Lux. Okay. Let's see if we can find it real quick. This is where we're going to be. In Cancun. So let me pull this up real quick here. Residence at Grand Lux. We stayed at the Vedanta one. Let me see. But the term is residence at Grand Lux. Yeah, it's a resort. The place we're staying, yeah, that's a resort. So my buddy, a couple of people I know have like a timeshare with it. I don't do any of that stuff, but they spend enough going down there that we did the Vedanta already, but we're going to well, I think it's this one. But again, I don't know why it's on Expedia. That is where we're going to be, though. Let's go Playa del Carmen. Playa del Carmen. Playa del Carmen. Let's go back to not images. I don't want to be on VRBO either. I want to be on the damn site. Here's the Vedanta stuff. But anyways, this is this is what we're doing, a 4-bedroom, right? Spot for the Prolug Conf, yeah. So this is the room we're staying in. Well, one of the 3, and I know that that's not the rate for them, but that's pretty wild that that's what it would be per night. It's an 8,000 square foot room that we're going to be in. This is, I think that's one of the, I don't know if that's one of the kings. Let's see. This will be likely what our room is like, me and the wife. So we get a room. There's 2 king size rooms, and then there's 2 queen bedrooms, and then there's another room that's like that as well. And then there's that. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty wild. And then we're going down there. We're gonna wrestle the first 3 days at a wrestling camp that my buddies host, and then we'll come back and we'll do every night. We'll do events with the family and stuff. But then the last 3 days are just events around. We're gonna do a what are those things called where you go out? Like a catamaran tour or something like that. You go out on a boat. They're called catamarans. But wife's pretty excited. I think it's a good time. It's fun. We had a lot of fun in Nuevo Vallarta last time, which is like Puerto Vallarta. Very humid, very lush type stuff. Okay, anyways, that's what we're gonna be. I'll post some pictures up in Discord, and at Robodom's behest, I will also do food stuff. When we're eating food and stuff, I'll definitely post that up. In fact, I mean, look, it's we're going to be in Mexico, and it's going to be Cinco de Mayo, right? So there's probably going to be some good food that night. So I think we're going out somewhere that night. What is that? What is the 5th? What is the 5th? It is that Sunday. Yeah. So we're definitely going out that night. We're wrestling Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we're hanging out. Just hanging out, doing whatever. And then Friday is travel back day. So we're traveling. It'll be good. I've spent a lot of time with these groups, friends of mine and stuff. So, all right. So there's Ranger. Ranger's had his treat. You guys have had your treat of watching Ranger eat his treat. So now we're gonna go back to the labs. And the next lab is gonna be, so if you've answered these questions for yourself, or if you've written them down and answered them, the next. By the way, this is up on the Discord in our resources channel, I think. Let me check. Where do I have this? I think it's at this is in presentation. Presentations down under resources at the bottom. So if anybody needs it, there you go. And there's also the Discord, and there's also the book as well, as was mentioned earlier. I try not to like push the book too much, but the book is kind of all of this wrapped up together to give you guys like kind of a full view of all the labs. And you know, you can do these labs and just punch the button as fast as you can. Or you can also look at this, that go download this and run it, inside a PowerPoint or LibreOffice or whatever you got, and you can see how these things work. So now we're gonna do 5, which is gonna be the first of our playbook. So all these other things were ad hoc. Now we're doing a playbook. So I'm gonna go to 5 here. I'm gonna get rid of my. Oh, apparently the other one's already gone. All right. We're doing lab 5. So here it is for you guys over on the YouTube side. There's the lab if you want to do it with me. Robodom, the book is done. However, it's officially finished, the book is. But I will add, my goal is, if anything like major comes up, or if I add large blocks of things, I will add more to it. And then anybody that's ever bought it on LeanPub will always get all the updates on it. So yeah. That's kind of my goal. Is officially it's done, but I'm still building labs as I kind of go, and I can build the labs pretty quick. I've been working on a lot of other stuff and working on a lot of college stuff. In fact, I got college stuff to do tonight before we leave. That actually is why I hopped on now, so I could do Ansible with you guys, and then I jump off and work on some more college stuff. So I got all my college teaching stuff done. Now I got to do my college as a student stuff and get that all out of the way. All right, so by the way, sometime in the last day or two, we passed 3,500 followers. That's kind of cool. I don't really care that much about that, but that's kind of cool. That's a nice non-goal that I hadn't even really thought about, was to have a bunch of followers. So let's do this. It says create a playbook and stage an application. So we're going to stage software, or stage a tar in this case. I believe we're actually just going to push the tar.gz file over to a directory. That's all we're going to do. Here's a tip. If you get stuck, the answers are right here. Or you can try to write it yourself, right? So I say create a playbook called root.deploy.yaml or root.deploy.yaml and push a file called root.deploy.tar over to all servers in the op directory. So that's all you got to do. But there's different ways to do it. And in my case, here's how we might do it. There's all the servers we want to push to, so we've got a good inventory file. Got to have a good inventory to start in Ansible. If you have a crap inventory, you don't have good security, you don't have good control of your systems, you have poor systems engineering, you can't really do anything with bad inventory, right? So now I might check real quick that I have a good SHA-1 sum for that root deploy.tar.gz, because then when I go look more root deploy.yaml, I would make sure that there's my checksum. Checksum is the same as that for SHA-1. Good. And this thing's super simple. It says that we're going to copy over deploy.tar.gz at, and then we give it some time, some little timestamp. This will only work if gatherFacts is true right here. Or you've done a setup module to gather that time variable. Ansible date time does not exist by default when you run the Ansible playbook. It is only gathered by facts or setup as a module against a server. That's the only way that'll work. And then it says root deploy.tar.gz is going to go to opt deploy.tar.gz, and here's a checksum. Now, over here I talk about were the arguments you gave to the copy module. What were they? Well, there was source, destination, and checksum. Was checksum used? And what checksum is used by default? What type? It's a SHA-1 sum. We see that. We'll also know that when we get it to work. And I say to run the playbook and make sure that it pushes over. So we're going to run the playbook. But I want you to think about something. Why might we want to know why Ansible has this behavior with checksums? By the way, look, when we start running playbooks, things start behaving differently. We get different output, and we see each of the tasks. So if we keep adding more tasks, we're going to see more and more here, so that's good. I can manually verify that that is on both of those servers. It sure is. And I can even run this playbook again, and I'll see right here that it's not changed. It's okay, because it's already there. Didn't have to change anything. But I want to ask you guys something. You got to think about this. Some of you have been here before and heard me ask this, but I want you to think about, why would I take that tar.gz, that is my own tar, or something that I got from a vendor or something like that, and why would I want to checksum it and use that in my playbook? Why would I do a SHA-1 against it? Why would I do this? So I got this from somebody. Why would I run this and then build in that checksum so that this is exactly the same every time? Why would I do that? Right? Maybe I'm an administrator and I have, other people that work on my team. Why might I always want to make sure that that deploy.tar.gz is exactly the same every time? What might be the use of that? Anybody know? Anybody think of a reason? There's not a wrong reason. I mean, if you can think of a reason, it might be a good valid one. What if it's simply because you want your stuff to always work? Remember, I'm always talking about, I want this control. I want to hold these things, and it might sound almost like you're a control freak. You're like, Scott, well, you're kind of an asshole. You want to control your stuff so much that you would let it break before somebody could accidentally deploy the wrong thing. And I say, yes, I absolutely would. And it's not that I'm an asshole, it's just that that's got my name on it. I wrote that, in the company. I wrote this deploy and then the things that are going to come after it, assuming that it was exactly that tar.gz. What if in that tar somebody changes it for a good reason? They've got a good reason. We got to update it for security. But maybe my deployer down later on, we're just pushing it over now. When we get down later on and we're calling modules and we're doing things, maybe as we unpackage this. Yeah. If I say it's got to go down and then it's got to take a right turn and then go 6 down and then go up and turn and that all has to be there. Well, what if in the new version of something a package changes? This happens all the time. And something is no longer right, but I hard-coded it in my code. My code will always work on that. My code might not work on the other. And then you go, well, Scott, you should have coded it to be able to handle everything. And I say, yeah, but what if they change the name of their software in there? I don't know, right? I built the root deploy.tar.gz. Somebody else on my team took the new one, built it, and put it over the top. I don't want my playbook to work anymore, right? And then that's it. It's a pipelining issue. I want to make sure that the thing that's coming in has been checksum. By the way, checksums are used in Kubernetes all the time. We can do a checksum, a SHA-256 sum against an image that's coming down, and only call that exact image. Did you guys know that? That's a security thing. That's a thing that you can do if you want to. There's some labs in Killer Coda that show you how to do that if you guys want. But anyways, that's a way that I can control that. It's just another method for control. Is it always necessary? No. Do I even use that often? No. But I could, and I would, and then my stuff would always break, and people would have to come to me, and I'd say, well, why were you changing stuff? Are checksums using hashing? Yeah, that's exactly what they mean, Robodom, when they say to give a checksum or a hash. That's what they mean right here. So checksum, and this is a SHA-2. This is a SHA-1 checksum, is what it is. SHA-1 sum is the command to get that, which we did right here. Right. Also, if you ever want to know which ones you have, just hit SHA and tab a whole bunch. There's the ones that are by default on my system. SHA-1, 224, 256, 384, and 512. Those are the common ones. I don't even know what SHA sum is. I've never played with that one. But SHA-1 and SHA-256 and SHA-512 are somewhat common. Then some systems you might find even higher. Hashing for sec plus size. Nice, Robodom. Remember, hashing doesn't have any information in it. Hashing is just a way to validate integrity of data. That's all a hash does. It's not a confidentiality thing, because there's no data. There's no data from that tar.gz in that hash. There's only the fact that it hasn't changed. There's literally no other data. Like I can't extract out of this how many files are in there. That's not held in that data. That data is simply a summation of that data passed through a one-way function, and it gives us that hash, which is always a fixed length, by the way, always the same length, and it'll always be the same as long as that's never changed. So a hash does have the requirement that for any one input there is always exactly the same one output. But hashes are not required to have two different inputs not have the same output, and that's where hash collision comes in, and that's when we call a hashing tool no longer good. Once people can start to create those collisions, it's time to throw it out. All right. Anyway, so there's that. I said, look at you solving that challenge. So all the things that you did in this lab, if you just did like a history here, and you did all the things, over here, I asked some questions. I want you to think about those questions. Anybody that's doing the labs with me, think about those questions. Type them up real quick. I'm gonna sit here and sip my water real slow. I'm just kidding. But we'll go into the next lab in a minute here. But I want you guys to sit around and look at those and think about those if you're doing the labs with me. All right? Or if you're watching them later and you want to do the labs, you guys are welcome to do that too. Okay. So, give another minute of that. Then we'll drop into the next lab. Ranger. Wife's not going to be home for another couple hours, so I got a little bit more time to do labs. I wanted to get a little bit of time online because I'm going to be out for a whole week, so I want to make sure I at least stop by a little bit. Find a couple more people that want to go join the Discord. We're at 1,067 people last time I checked. So we barely got to 1,000 in March. Yeah, so in March, right at the end, we hit 1,000, and then we had almost two a day since then. So it's kind of, I think it's because a lot of stuff I've been leaving up on YouTube, people have been finding it and going, oh, that's kind of interesting, I'll go join that group. So people are welcome to hang out down there and talk shop and stuff. All right, let's go with the Ansible deployer. So now we're going to add to what we just did. We pushed a file over. That's literally all we did in the playbook. Now we're going to turn it up a little bit and go a little more. We're not going super fast. We're still kind of walking. We've gotten out of crawling. Now we're walking, right? And this is going to be verify your host file, create a deploy playbook called root deploy.yaml, to push a file called root deploy.tar.gz over to opt directory on all servers, unpackage it, and run the installer.sh. So now you're going to add some things to this. All right. Here's the tip. If you get stuck, I wrote it for you, so you can't get stuck. But here's what we need to do. We cat root hosts. There we go. Good. We're going to vi our root deploy.yaml. And in here, here's the start of our deployer playbook. Here's the host that we're going to run against. We're going to use the servers. Those streamers have been shouting out like Rob. Yeah. Well, I always appreciate Rob. Rob's always fun to hang out with and go hang out in the stream when he's working on stuff. He's getting ready, by the way, to do another beginner's boost. He might have already started it, but getting beginners into doing this. And I tell you guys all the time, man, if it's not me, you're just like, I can't listen to this guy for another effing second. Go listen to Rob. If you can't listen to Rob, go listen to the Primagean or whatever. Go watch somebody, right? And if it's not any of us, go find a podcast that's talking about the stuff you want to do. I was just telling my students last night about this. You started a new boost this Saturday. Awesome. I think it's like with my college students, I say, hey, find other people that are talking about this stuff. If you're only thinking, like for a college class, if you're only thinking about stuff once or twice a week and for like 30 minutes at a time or something, do you really think there's like a change for you to, like, I mean, over the course of 4 years, 2.5, 4 years, however long your college program is, you want to spend time learning and studying and changing. It's like going to the gym. You can't go to the gym once a week and expect any change. You got to be doing it daily. You got to be maybe stretching in the morning and then doing your lifting or workouts at night, whatever you're doing, but you got to spend some time with it. It doesn't just happen all at once, right? So it's the same kind of idea with learning. Like, you got to spend time with it. This is one of the reasons, if you've ever been in college, one of the reasons they make you do discussion posts all throughout the week is because then you have to spend some time. You got to stop doing your Netflix and stop watching your Law and Order SVU and whatever, that's me, whatever you're watching, right? And then come over here and think about this thing that we're learning and play with it and put it in your hands and like do whatever, All right, did I change the lab? Hold on. I am still on lab 5, so I'm going to unpin the lab. Unpin the lab. We're going to do lab 6. So it's over on the YouTube side. There you go. And I'm going to drop it on the, here, pin this. All right. So anyways, a lot of my content is designed to get you guys thinking about this stuff and working on it. And if nothing else, showing you that you could do this. Because if you look at this and go, that's super simple, Scott. I go, I know it is. Literally everybody I've ever shown Ansible to has run off faster and better than me within a couple of weeks, right? Like, you can do this stuff, right? So, start doing it. And then when somebody says, hey, you finally get an interview somewhere and somebody goes, hey, I see that you don't have a whole lot of Linux experience, but you say you know this Ansible stuff, can you talk to it a little bit? And you pull up something like this and go, yeah, this is a little deployer that I run, and I can put anything I want in there and deploy it anywhere. And they go, okay, show me. Do this. And then you modify it and you show them that you can do it. They will be very impressed with that, I promise you. Because Ansible is still one of those things that's not, it's widely used, but it's only like us engineers using it. The managers are still like pretending that it's like, they're like going, ooh, it's fire. Like, that person has fire over there. That guy knows the sorcery of making fire, And anyways, all right, so get stuck. So you're here. So then we come down. We're gathering facts. True. We're not becoming root because we're already root, so this is actually irrelevant. Then we come down here, and here's our first task. So tasks are a list of tasks, starting with name, and we give it an arbitrary name. I'm deploying this over at whatever time I want. And I use the timestamp that we found in one of our setup commands earlier, right? Come down, and this is the exact same. We actually copied this from the last lab. But now we're going to create a directory called optmyapp. How are we going to do it? We're going to use the file module. We're going to give it 2 arguments, the path and the state. This is very similar to what we did in our ad hoc mode, right? But now we're doing it in a playbook as a task, as opposed to an individual thing at a command line, where we installed opt-app or whatever at the command line before, right? Or opt-deploy, I think we did. Now here's file, path, optmyapp, state directory. Good. Then we say untar the deployer, so we use the unarchive module. That's another module we can go look up. But what do we need? We need a source and a destination. Okay, that's good. Then we need to make the installer script executable. So there's a script in there that's called deployer.sh. When we untar this file in opt my app, this is the path we're going to have. Opt my app deploy deployer.sh. It is purposely packaged up at 644, I believe. I think that's what I got it packaged up at, 644. So you're going to find that file with the file module, give it a path, and you're going to change it to 755. 755. We're going to then do something that we normally stay away from, but when we're learning it, it's fine. We're going to do a name shell, and the shell is simply going to run that executable file now. Then we do this little thing called register. Register is playing with the power inside of Ansible to remember things. It's like, Ansible, use the power of locking something in your memory. We're going to register the shell variable, and we're going to then look with debug at all of the things that Ansible knows about this individual play. Feed Ranger power bar, does he become power? Yeah. He actually would probably become quite energized if I ever gave him any sugar. Now look at him, guys. When Ranger looks like that and you think, oh, Ranger looks super sad, he's not actually sad. He likes the cold tile. So it's 73 downstairs. It is a nice, crisp, almost cool 73 degrees. And he likes to put his nose or his side of his face directly down on the tile. So he's got this bed and he's got this nice bed, but sometimes he will lay with his face on the top. So he's actually breathing off, like he's right on the tile like this. Ranger being Ranger, right? My dog and his weirdness. But he's a good dog. All right. So now we're gonna keep doing this lab, and I want you thinking over here about what we're doing with this deployer, right? So we've touched all the pieces, and we think we know what's going on here. Hey, thanks for the subscription, The Frenzy. You could use your Prime anywhere. You chose to use it here, so I appreciate that. What if on our deployer here, right? So we take our little lab deployer. Look at these questions. Think through this stuff as we're going. Yeah, Tani, I appreciate you coming by. And Robodom, I always appreciate you running stuff over there. Getting more people into the old Discord down there. We're gonna be at like 2,000 before we know it, right? I was hoping to get us to 1,000 by August, because we're doing our we're gonna do our 5-year prologue thing. And what I'm gonna do, guys, by the way, if you don't know, I'm gonna have a whole bunch of events throughout the day. I'm gonna get a whole bunch of the different people that come in. We've got security people that have came and talked to us. We've got data analytics people. Actually, Jared just messaged me a few minutes ago and said he has to have surgery, so that sucks. But we'll try to get Jared there. We'll try to get some of our data analytics guys and some of our programmers. We'll get Salty Catfish and Robodom. Yeah, we're going to do like a prologue con, Robodom. And here's the thing. All of it's going to be free, but here's the thing. It's all going to be free. 100%. I'm not, there won't be any charge to go to it, right? I don't even know how to charge people on Discord, right? But here's going to be the thing. I'm going to give each of the presenters, I'm going to give them like 4 pieces of a hash, and I'm going to tell them to spread it out through their presentation. But I'm going to tell them, make sure that it's obvious that, like, hey, all throughout their like hour or 2 hour long presentation, whatever they want to do, I'm going to either give them 2 or 4 of these hashes. And the people that collect the most hashes, there will be prizes. What that means is, I won't have them overlap. Maybe I'll just make them all throughout the day for people that want to do it. But the point is, if people stick around and go and do those things, I thought about just having them like answer questions or something. But I was like, that seems like a lot of work. But if I do the hashes, I think that would be really good. And people can kind of gather them up, and then almost like a little scavenger hunt. And then I'll tell those guys, like, don't leak them out. And then the people there, I'll be like, this is a competition. Don't just feed these to everybody. And I think that would be really cool. And then I'll do some kind of giveaway, because I think that people who really want to be there and really want to spend time with this will do that. And then maybe we'll do like Humble Bundle giveaways or something, or maybe some of those will be a little bigger, like I don't know, either some kind of Amazon gift card or something like something like a Sec Plus or some kind of study or some kind of cert thing that you guys want or something. I'll work it out like that. Yeah. Robodom, you'll personally review. I'll tell the guys, don't leak your slides. Don't. You can share them. I'll tell them you can share them a week later, or you can share the clean version, but don't give. Yeah, but don't give them out before. Yeah. So I still have to plan that, Robodom. I haven't really started planning that yet, but man, August is coming, isn't it? It's already summer in Phoenix, guys. It's 91 out right now in Phoenix. It got to 100 the other day. It hit 100 the other day for 10 minutes. Brutal. Just brutal. All right. So look, we've walked through all of this. I think that this will run, and I think that it shows you a lot of the pieces that are going to happen. So let's hit escape, :Q. I didn't make any changes there. Here's the playbook for those of you that wanted to write each individual piece. We just talked through them all, though. But we write it all, and then we just run it. And now I want you to think about the questions over here. How did this lab build on the previous one? Well, in the previous one, we just pushed a tar over. Now we pushed it over, we untarred it. That's not a word, right? Yeah, but untarred it. And then we are running it. Why do we have to make the installer script executable? Because we didn't leave it executable inside of the deployer. It's not executable in there. We had to make it executable. Why should we not use the shell module in the enterprise? Well, here's the reason you don't normally use this little run the installer with the shell over here. The reason we normally don't use shell, guys, is because Ansible loses control of the execution until the shell command is done, and then it just simply has whatever comes back from it. By the way, here's what comes back. This is one output. In JSON output, this is all the variable that was registered. So we ran that shell script, and we registered the installer underscore output variable. Then we debugged the variable, and this is the installer underscore output. This is what's in that variable. These are all the things that I can use to make decisions later on in my Ansible playbook. This is where Ansible starts to get really powerful. If you've ever used Bash or C, this is an old C paradigm, but this is also for people that use Bash, people that use Python. Oh shit, I don't know all the programming languages in the world, obviously, but a lot of them exit good with 0, right? Most of them return 0 if we're good. Well, if this return code, so installer underscore output .rc is good, that means that my installer script executed and gave back a 0 at the command line, and I can use that later in the playbook to say, okay, if installer underscore, so I can maybe have something that says, okay, now do this test to connect to yourself if, and the condition is when in Ansible. When is our if condition? It's our test condition. When installer underscore output .rc equals true. And if that's true, then we run that next little block. But this is why this is so powerful. I could also take this and I could loop over. Here's our standard output right here. Looks like this. But standard output lines is in a little, what are these called? These are a list, right? And then I could go, if I wanted to loop over each of them, here's the first one, here's the second one, right? Inside of that. I think that's called list in Python, right? But anyways, I have it here. If I want to see it raw, it's right here with just the new line character in it, which is also the new line character right there. That's implied because it's each line, right? So the point is, I have all this stuff I could do. If I wanted to only do things if something failed is false, so we did not fail. If failed was set to true because this return code came out as anything other than 0, then I could go make decisions later on in my playbook. The default behavior of Ansible, though, is if failed is ever true, you're out of here. You're out of the Ansible continuing execution. And you might say, well, how does Ansible know to do that? Well, Ansible has these special variables. These are the special variables in Ansible. I'll link this to you guys that want it. I'll link it over on the YouTube, and I'll link it for you guys over here on the Twitch. And what happens is if you ever fail, you get taken out of this list. Ansible playhost right here. You get pulled out of this list. But you never get pulled out of this list, playhost all. So one of the things that I do, and you're going to see this later on when we do some reporting in Jinja, Ansible playhost all is everybody that lined up at the starting line. and the gun went off and they all started going. And if you tripped up anywhere in the playbook and any of your play executions failed without me doing something to it, like saying failed when false or any of these other things I can do to bypass it, once you fail and fall over, you lay there like, anybody here ever remember the game Excite Bike? And you'd be racing against all the other bikes and you would get hit and you would fall over like this? Well, if that happens, you're taken out of this list. And you just lay there. You just lay there on the ground and then the people keep doing the race. Well, Ansible Playhosts is like that. It's anybody that fell out isn't counted. Ansible Playhosts, when you get to the end, is a different list than what was started. And that's super easy for us to compare. And anybody that didn't make it to the end, we compare those lists. And anybody that's over here that's not over here, we say, you failed out of the play. You didn't make it to the end. And then we log you as failed hosts. You failed our deployer. You failed our whatever. And then we can go back and fix you later. This is part of a concept I always talk about in engineering called painting with a wide brush. I mean, could you imagine, like, if you had to paint a fence, you're old Huck Finn there, and you're painting a fence, and they give you a brush like this, but they give you your toothbrush, and you had to dip it in, and then you had to paint the fence, and you had to dip it in, paint. Oh, hell no. No, you're going to do that lead paint with a big wide brush, right? So you can flick that lead paint all over the place. But it was lead paint back then. But anyways, so, you know, you're going to dip that in there, and then you're going to paint as wide a brush as you can. And then maybe you'll come back by later once you see some little errors and some little mistakes, and you take that toothbrush or whatever and dip it in there and, you know, and clean up. It's our finish work. But our initial work is roughing in. Anybody ever do any carpentry? You're not worried about the precision joint and making something flowery if you're a guy that's framing the house. You just want to get it as close to the plans as you can. And then once you frame in the house, then we come in and we clean everything else. Back to 1960 as part of Multics OS. That's funny, Velas. I did not know that. Yeah, that's wild though. But it's been around a long time, right? And as far as that goes. So yeah, I didn't know it goes back that far, right? But a lot of this stuff, I try to tell you guys, like, a lot of this stuff has stayed the same. Linux engineers keep getting old. I know programmers are always young, like hip, and they're always up here going like, I can fucking leak code so fast, bro. There's nothing wrong with leak code, but I'm saying like, oh, look at my micro, watch me micro. That's from an old gamer thing on the internet. The guy that used to say boom headshot. What was that? Anyways, but yeah, they're always talking about that. But us old Linux and Unix engineers, a lot of our environment hasn't changed. I mean, I could play the environment game and build up my environments for weeks and weeks and stuff. But I honestly, and I know a lot of my other senior engineer buddies and staff engineer buddies that we're pretty vanilla, man. We do it. We go in. You can drop me in any environment you want, and I can figure it out and start to build and I don't need a lot of. I'm not saying people use it as a crutch. Some people really just need stuff to be pure ownage. That's exactly who they were. Yeah. And they'd be like doing the micro and stuff, and then the one guy would be yelling boom headshot. Yeah. I remember I used to play a lot of Unreal back in my time. Unreal 2003, Unreal 2005, back in the day. And then I got out of gaming because I just don't have time for it. By the way, that should have run, and we could also, in our solution at the very bottom, just check all of our servers and say, yeah, look, there's our deploy out there. There's our whatever our thing is. They were fun. I used to play a lot of Instagib matches. Instagib is where you just die one hit. I think people still play that. And we used to play one that was huge. It was called Onslaught. And Onslaught, you could kill each other all you wanted, but you had to kill their base. And killing their base dealt with building up these power nodes and kind of getting the power to drop their shields. And it was a really interesting mode of. It wasn't quite capture the flag. There was a capture the flag mode as well. It was more of a storm and hold bases. But people were fighting from their base, and every time you would beat a base, they couldn't spawn there anymore. So they'd have to go further and further back. And it really made for some interesting battles and stuff, interesting fun things that we do to each other. But yeah, that was back when I first got out of the army, early 2000s and stuff, you know. Anyways, now we're stuck building stuff. So what is the return code? What is the standard out? Why might we use it? We can go run this playbook again, by the way. Just run the deployer again. And then go look at what's happening. How long did it take for our thing to run? right? We have that information. We see right here the start and the end, and then we see the delta. This took just over 5 seconds to run. Why did it do that? It says I would be deploying some stuff, and then it said I would be deploying some stuff. Well, we can go look at what's in those nodes. We can go, watch, we go right here. We can do a cat. We can change this to cat. And then my app, was it deploy? And then what's our script? Deployer.sh. This is what our deploy script looks like on both nodes right here. Bin bash echo, I would be deploying some stuff. Sleep for 5 seconds, I would be deploying some more stuff. Very, very, very clever, right? But the point of any vehicle like this where we can push something over and run it is not what's happening here. It's the fact that I can put anything I want to there. I could put an installer, I could put a makefile script, I could put literally I could put in there the ability to pull down a GitHub and then run whatever in the GitHub, right? Which we do in some of our other labs, right? We actually have a lab where you go just pull down the GitHub and do enterprise stuff. It's the very last lab. I've never actually done that one on stream before, I don't think. But I have that lab out there as just like it's an enterprise playground. I might have pulled it up on stream once ever. But it's an enterprise playground. It's like, you know all this stuff, okay, here's a big thing, and you pull it out of a HPC deploy Git repository that I have, and then you can just do whatever you want in there, right? Practice and see. I have a whole bunch of things set up that you could run. All right, that's the Ansible deployer one. All right, so can you write a playbook that pushes a file to all servers? Right? Can you write a playbook that pushes a file to all servers? Can you write a playbook that executes a command on all servers and stores it as a variable? I think so. Can you debug a variable in a playbook? Can you debug a variable in a playbook, but only at the level 2 verbosity? Okay, and then we go there. All right. Anybody want to try to figure these out? Anybody want to write these right here? So watch this. I can go here, and I can just copy deploy.tar, deploy.yaml. Copy deploy.yaml to Scott, I don't know, stream.yaml, right? And YAML or YML doesn't matter. bi Scott stream.yaml. And I'm just going to take all of this D500D. I'm getting rid of everything. Answers no to all those. Just make shell script or from playbook. That's actually, so Velas, I sometimes have to do weird stuff. Not exactly like that, but I do sometimes have to, depending on what we're doing, launch a logical script over to do something because networking is going to be down during a transition or something, and I've had to fix. There's all kinds of crap like that. But anyway, I said, can I write a playbook that pushes a file to all servers? So I'm just going to copy. I'm going to change this, and I'm going to say, what's the file we want to copy? So we're going to copy, and then in here we're going to say source is going to be root Scott test, right? Scott test, and then destination will be, oh, I forgot that this thing actually runs, like this runs every minute if I execute it like that. Destination on all servers will be temp Scott underscore test dot, and let's do something fun. Let's add right here temp Scott test, and we'll grab this right here. We'll steal this from ourselves because why not? Fuck it. Probably the easiest way to get it. Dot Ansible date time dot short, and then we'll close that out. All right. So what if this were to cat Scott stream? All right, and then I need to touch Scott test. TWD ls. So I'm in the right directory. There's my Scott test. There's my Scott stream. And then the question was, could we write a playbook that pushes a file to all servers? I think we could. And here will be Scott stream. .yaml. Now, if we did that right, it'll just push that over to both servers. Boom. Oh, wait, what the hell? I literally don't know what just happened there. why this stuff. Name is push a test over to all servers. And then, oh, you guys got to stop me sometimes. It's temp. You guys got to stop me for myself. That was my fault. I didn't have a / on temp, so it obviously couldn't push it. Now we did it, and then we can do it again. And then the question is, could you check that? Could you check that on all servers? Well, yeah, we've got this little playbook back here, this ad hoc. We could very quickly just say cat, or maybe ls temp Scott, and then it'll find that file. And the file's been pushed twice now, right? I go run it again. By the way, each time it gets pushed, it's going to get a new stamp with a new file. So it'll just keep adding more and more. All right. So we could write a playbook that pushes a file to all servers. Then I say, can you write a playbook that executes a command all servers and checks and stores as a variable? Yeah, let's do that. Let's go like this. We're just going to keep adding to this one. And I'm going to say, okay, I can come down here. Name is going to be execute a command and store as a variable. And the command can be any command we want. Let's just say shell. And let's do, this will be an easy one. It'll be cat proc cmd line. I want to know the proc command line on the server. And then I will say the shell, the register, the variable of, let's just say, command line check. Doesn't matter what you call it. If you've got a certain way you like to see variables, you can. And then, hold on, I say right here, can you debug that variable? We'll just debug that same variable, right? Right? We'll just say debug, and the debug for it is just to say var and give it that exact name. Right? And this is a weird, you're using a terminal here, so you got to do like Control-Shift-V to paste. So you can mouse over things and you'll see it cut. Copy, Control-Shift-V will paste it. So now, hold on, then I ask one more thing. Can you debug a variable in a playbook, but only at level verbosity of 2? So yeah, we'll add that in here too. We'll say verbosity 2. So what does that do? Watch this. Whoops. Run the playbook. Do all the things, but it's going to skip those right at the end. So it did the command and it stored it, but how would you know? But if we do a V of 2, we had a bunch of V's right here. You put the V's wherever you want. I like them back here. Verbosity level of 2 is also going to give us a bunch of other crap, but that last one will now execute. So here is the standard out. Boot image. Here's all this kind of information about how the system booted. And maybe I want to compare that at least I see this version 5.4.0 or something in there, right? There's all kinds of things that we might want to do in our systems, but the first thing is to understand how we can run commands, and then understand how we can use those variables, right? And now I debugged the entire variable, but what if I wanted to just debug the return code? Anybody know how we do that? So we just want to debug the return code to this. We were just looking at the variable names, and .rc, well, can't go up to it. Escape : WQ. I want command line check .rc for just the return code. And now instead of this big old hot mess coming to the screen, it's just going to give us just the one little value we want. There you go. Oh, I missed a message on the YouTube side. I apologize. And then it says message retracted. So I've never seen that before, but hopefully it wasn't some kind of like dirty, inappropriate something. Because I don't know what happens on the YouTube side. Sorry guys, I just hang out on YouTube a little bit to reach a wider group for the Linux world. But there we go. So we answered all these questions, and this is something I want you guys to get used to when you're doing labs. Can I answer these things? Because what's going to happen in the career, I tell people this all the time, and some of you might think like that I'm being like I'm joking around about this or something, or I'm like, oh, you know, Scott's just like being coy, and he actually no, I can 100% for sure tell you this. I do not know at the beginning of a day what I'm going to be doing that day in the engineering world. And you say, really? Like, you don't have to? I have tasks. Like, I know I had to get this test environment up before I went on vacation, and I did that. But what I'm saying is like, weird things are going to happen, and weird situations are going to present themselves in the Linux world and in the systems world. And you just have to understand. I mean, you have to get through these methodologies that I talk about with troubleshooting. You have to understand how your tools work so that you can build solutions to them. And I'm a big fan of using Ansible for it, because then I never have to fix it again. I just have the tool already out there. Hey, thanks for the follow. I'm going to call you... I don't know how to say that. I want to say Kaibtem, but I don't know. That's probably wrong. I also don't agree with how people say the word Adele either, but I do not agree that that's Adele. But anyways, okay. But then again, I don't get involved with that kind of crap either. But all right, so let's do Jinja. Let's do Jinja. Now we've done install of Ansible. We've done all this other stuff. Yeah, like the singer. Yeah, that's. Yeah. I said Ginger. I said let's do labs. Jinja, not Ginge. Guys, I look down at that closed captioning down there sometimes, and it is absolutely ridiculous. Ginger, not ginger. Ginger, whatever. I did say ginger a couple times there, but all right. I'm all done. Stop it, closed captioning. You're terrible. Enough to make me want to quit, but I'm not going to quit. Here's our lab for Jinja template. I'll pin this for you guys that want to follow along, and I'll post it over here on the YouTube side for people that want it. Also, Rumdom, I don't know if I need to... Maybe I'll just copy the command over every now and then when it pops up for the Discord. Maybe I'll just start popping that over for the people over on the YouTube side. Maybe I'll do that. Let's see. So if people like this and want to join the Discord, here's the link. I'm posting it over on the YouTube side as well. There you go. Do it. I think that link will work for you. If not, just grab it and post it in there. That's fine, Robodon. Don't worry about it. I already did it. But you're welcome to, but you don't have to. All right, guys. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to start working with a templating tool that is going to help you to make Ansible more useful to you. And one of the things that I have used this for. Actually, I'm going to show you two ways that I use Jinja in JINJA2. There you go. This is the way that I've used it in my career. There are probably a bunch of other brilliant ways that you can find online to use these templates, but I mainly use these two. And by and large, I use the second one. But I show you the first one because this is a really powerful way to do some of the things. Like earlier, we pushed a config file. If we knew beforehand that we were going to have certain values in there, we could have used the Jinja template for it and not just done a line and file with a regex find and change things. There's trade-offs with it. Jinja works very well, and gotta sneeze. Trying to keep my sneezing down. Also, I got hit pretty hard in the nose today in jiu-jitsu, and it made my nose bleed pretty good. So that was fun. It was our last roll of the day, and I didn't get to actually sneeze. But so welcome to Prolog Ansible. Here's what we're gonna do: create a playbook to deploy a Jinja 2 template. Here's the things we're gonna do. We're gonna cat root hosts. There's our host file. I don't make you make it after the first lab or the second lab, because I think that you guys can figure this out and see what the pattern is for making them. I just want you to look at it. Then we're going to create a file called root template.j2, and that's going to stamp values on each of our hosts as we execute the playbook. So now we're going to execute this and deploy it. Sure nobody's messaging me over there. Okay, good. Then we're going to create a playbook to deploy that template. Here's our answers if you need the answer file, if you get stuck. And I'm just going to cheat and look at them. And let's cat our root hosts out. There it is. And then if we cat our root template.yaml, here's our deploy. Super simple. It's our 3 lines at the top of the file to say, hey, I'm a Jinja 2 template. Some arbitrary name. We can give this any name we want. This can be Scott is the best at Jinja. It doesn't matter what this is. Servers directly ties into our inventory file as the host group that is going to be the nodes we're going to hit. So there you go. Boom. Vars. I don't have any special vars I want here. I can also hand vars in different ways. And sometimes I show you guys this in later labs. We dig into this more. But there are, in the variables, there's a variable hierarchy, right? Fake Dempsey, you can ask whatever you want about certs. Yeah, absolutely. I will go over anything you guys ask me about, sure. I just want to show you guys. If you scroll down real far here, real far, there's this variable precedence. In fact, I think if we go up here, it'll actually say variable precedence. You guys see it? Somebody help me out here. Where's variable precedence? Variable precedence right here. So I can link this to you guys. And there is Fake Dempsey. You can absolutely ask me anything you want. Yeah, I'll try to answer it. Try to give you a good thing. But here's our variable precedence. Extra vars is always a powerful override at any time if you need to change the behavior of a playbook quickly. But most of us like to put something down in like our role defaults main, or you could put it right here in the playbook. So it's right here in the playbook. It's just should this be include? No, hold on. It's play vars right here, right? So and then you also have play vars files, so you can grab vars files too. I don't have vars files in this playbook, but in one of our other ones where we deploy Ansible through Vault and we pull variables down, I actually do a vars underscore files to show you guys that kind of stuff. All right, so we got this running, and we haven't gotten this running yet, but we come down here, we gather facts true just to do it. By the way, you need to gather facts true because some of the things that we're going to put in our Jinja 2 template only come from the setup module being run and grabbing data on our stuff. So we need that. Then we go and we stamp it to root template.text. There's a problem with this stamp right here. And the problem is it will clobber the old versions of this. So one of the things that we will often do, and I'll show you when we're doing this, or what I'll often do, is I will stamp it with a dot Ansible date time dot whatever, and then every time I execute it, it'll be a new one there. Actually, we did it in one of the other labs a little while ago. But this is one of these things where, like, I want you to learn the things that we're doing, but as we're touching it and playing with it, we can learn more and more about the different system stuff. All right, so let's run it. Let's see what happens here. It's going to say that it's stamping it over there, copy the template over to the host, and it says it worked. So I didn't. Oh, you know what's funny about this is I didn't even make us look at the template, so I need to probably fix that. But cat root Jinja to push. What is it? It's template.j2. So let's look at our template that got pushed, and this is what it says right here. This is an auto-generated file by Ansible at this date on this time. Host name is whatever the host name of that server is. System is whatever the Ansible OS family of that server is. And proc is Ansible processor count of whatever that server is. I thought when you create a YAML file, it's supposed to direct you to VM. I don't know what that is, Robodom. What do you mean? When you create a YAML file, it's supposed to direct you to VM. You're saying... You're talking like this one? Oh, the other one's a Jinja 2 template. And it's going to do these things. But as we stamp it, let's look at what this looks like. So let's cat root template.text. So how did this land? This is very much like, if any of you were ever kids, I remember having these when I was a kid. Gonna send some background for my questions via Discord. That's fine. Yeah, Fake Dimsy, please do. And I think that you will probably get good answers from some of the other guys too, depending on what channels you put it in. But let's look at how this stamped. So it said here, oh, sorry, back to our kid example. When I was a kid, we would get these little books. Hold on. They looked nothing like this book, but I just want to show you I actually had a book. This is my notebook. I told you guys I keep a notebook. I have a nice little notebook with a little thing in it. I keep a pen in there. Very nice. I like to have an engineering notebook. I have a whole numbering system that, like, I have a whole way that I do notes for tasks that are open still and all kinds of stuff. And it probably looks like insanity to most people, but it works for me. And it keeps me doing stuff and on task. Some people like Jira boards, some people like Kanban boards. I think those are all fine, but I'm a big fan of that. Where I'm going with that is when I was a kid, we had these little books that were called Mad Libs. Ad Libs were also there, but then Mad Libs were the funny ones. And what a Mad Lib would be, this is an auto-generated file by Ansible at, and then we would say, like, give me the name of an animal. And then somebody would say, like, panda bear. And then I would say, and give me the name of an action. And it would be like jumping rope. And then it would be like, haha, you said a panda bear was jumping rope. And it's what's the diff between Ansible node name and Ansible host name? Okay, so we could look that up. Watch here real quick. So let's grep. Here's how we would test Ansible. One of them is the name I think that the server has, which is Ansible underscore host name. And I think Ansible underscore node name is the one that you fed in. So like Ansible underscore node name can be an IP address, but Ansible underscore host name is the host name on the server. I think. I think that's true. But here's how I would test that. Because right, there's this old saying I always say, which is one test is worth 1,000 expert opinions. Let me run this real quick. I'm gonna do a manual verify real quick. Right? And then I'm going to change this command. I just wanted to steal this from myself. Setup. So it's setup, -m, setup. And then we're going to catch the output of this and say I only want grep-i capital E for node or host. So we're going to cut down the output of this real low. We might need to cut it down even more. Let's cut it down all the way to what you asked, which is Ansible host name and node name, because that was too much crap. Let's see just this. All right, so Ansible host name is node 01 and Ansible node name is this one. So watch this control byte. You say, how are you going to test that, Scott? And I'm going to show you. What if I just grep from what if I just grep control plane from Etsy host real quick? And there's, oh, damn it, that's useless. I need his actual, let's go node 01. That's his IP address, right? So now watch this. I'm going to VI my root hosts, and I'm going to change this to be that. So now when I run this, I should see a difference. I don't. So these are both coming from that server, not from what was being fed in inside the system. So let's also grep for 172 dot. What was that? 172 dots, fine. SSH connection, that's different. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know control byte. I don't know the difference. If I can't see it here, I don't know. I can try. I can try this. sh2 node 01, and I can say hostname CTL. Just for now, let's change his knowledge of his own host name and see which one. So set name is equal to not node 01, right? What? Hostname CTL. Somebody help me out. It's I thought it was set name, wasn't it? Oh, son of a bitch. Set host. God damn it. Alright. Anyways, so we exit, we go back in, we see not node name, and then we run this. And we see. Yeah, so both of those, well, this is interesting, control byte. Both of those are being set by the server. The server's knowledge of itself. I expected one of these to be coming from like Etsy host locally as a resolution of that IP address. It's not. They are both coming off of that node because I only set it on that node. And I didn't change it in its Etsy hosts either, so that's not a lookup on that node. So, yeah, to answer that question, I think both of those come from the node, from what my testing just showed me, right? But that's a really good question, though. Like, where does the data come from? Because we know the data is hopefully good, but if we start to see, like I would expect in all my nodes, for maybe some of them to come up with maybe not knowing who they are, and I want to be able to compare that to what they actually are. So that's a fair one. This comes from what the node sees itself as. So. Which is interesting because calling it, so you've got a variable. Let's see if we can debug this variable. I'll debug this. Well, we can't do it there. Let's do it in a big playbook real quick. So we're gonna vi template.yaml. We're gonna go here. We're doing gather facts true, so we have all the facts. Just the facts. Name is gonna be no. Yeah, well, we could do it this way. Watch. So debug. This will work. Var is going to be Ansible play hosts all, and then the delegate to is going to be localhost. So only run on this one node and run once, yes or true, right? Now watch this. This should come out. We run the playbook. This should come out and show us. See the name. Now in here, they're being seen as that IP, as that in the IP, and then here's the two there. So let's see what this is. Risky click of the day. That's what's doing, but this is the crux of it right here. Okay. There you go. Yeah, go look at the actual thing. I agree. Check on Ranger. He's doing all right. Okay. So then again, we're asking these questions over here as we're going. As we're stamping our Ginger 2 template, why might we want to know these things? Well, I want to know exactly when it was stamped, when the thing was deployed. I want to know these exact things. And I have that information when I look at this and I see what's over there. I see that this was generated exactly this time and this is the way the system was set up. So then I ask, can you capture the kernel value and stamp it to all servers? Well, what if I looked back here from when we were just dumping information to the screen. And what if I looked for kernel? This isn't the most efficient way to do this, but we can just grab kernel. And there it is, Ansible underscore kernel is our variable. So now we go modify our J2, and we say kernel, and we use Ansible kernel. By the way, the spaces in here are just for visual. You don't need them. You could make everything look like this. It depends what looks nice to you and what looks sustainable, or whatever your coding practices of your company are. I think your Ginger linter will get on you if you use something to lint this, right? Lints will just sanity check you. One is an FQN and one isn't. That's interesting. Interesting. All right, so we're going to run this playbook again, and we're going to stamp that new one, and then we're going to go run our check against the stamp, which is right there. Cats it out. That's directly from our bottom here. And now we see, there we go, 5.4. And I'd ask you, but we can see right here, are they the same between the two servers? Are they the same? And then we might ask, could we add this Ansible underscore date underscore time dot tz variable? Because maybe when I stamp my servers, I want to know that the stamping was done in UTC time. Well, this is basically the same exercise. We come down here, we go time zone, and then our time zone, we were given it right there. It's Ansible underscore date underscore time dot tz, which should only be exactly whatever the time zone is. We'll rerun the playbook, right? We're just stamping over the same file right now, and go look at our playbook right there, and there we go. And there's our time zone was UTC for both servers. Sent full context for my question and search channel. Would love to hear some input from you, Scott, when you have a few minutes. Want to minimize the fake. I'm just messing around right now. Do you want me to pull it up on stream here? Do you mind if I pull up the question on here, or no? Do you not want it to be seen? Let me see. I mean, obviously you're okay with me answering it publicly, but I'm saying, do you care? Okay. All right. Let me go look. And hopefully I can give you a good answer. All right. Let me pull. And you said I'm okay with doing that. That's my student. That's an email for my students. I can drop it in here. You're okay with that? Make sure. Okay, go for it. All right. So this is the context for people that aren't in the Discord, and give some feedback here. So let me hopefully give you a good thing. Pull this off. Although not that people couldn't go see it in Discord. Some people like their privacy. Make people go one step further to find out who somebody is, right? Okay. But let's wait real quick. I'm gonna wait for the break. Waiting on ads. Checking on Ranger. So we'll check on Ranger. I'm gonna take a real quick break. There's Ranger Dog. I will be right back. Let's see. Before I get back, Robodom, you're in charge. If Robodom's still around, he's in charge. All right. No, it's fine, fake. I waited for you. I went and exchanged some water out for more water. Now I got more water bottles. More water bottles. All right. So let me look at this real quick. All right. So I'm likely going to be dropping on my community college program to pursue certs instead of a degree in cybersecurity. I would have walked out of the program with an optional CCNA, an optional Sec Plus. I have done some Hack the Box, Port Swigger, Try Hack Me labs. Because I am going to be dropping out of college, which was being paid for my father, who's financially capable, at least for the online classes I wasn't failing, to put delicately, he will pay for me to get the cost of a bachelor's degree in certs. What advice can you give me? You know what? What you're describing is very similar to kind of how Army programs work, by the way. So, like, if you go in Army and you get, like, a VA, whatever the old GI Bill was. I used to get the Montgomery GI Bill, and then I got the post 9/11. But it's similar to this. You can trade, some people might not know this, you can use your GI Bill to get certs. You can go to, like, a cert company. But certs can be... So let me start with... Certs can be very expensive, or they can be relatively cheap. And what do I mean by that? So, like, if you go to, let's take, like, my, all my AWS study. Like, so AWS, I have the CCP, the Certified Cloud Practitioner. And how much does that test cost? Well, the test itself, strictly speaking, costs $100. Now, if you go do, like, some training with somebody, so if you go pay for training, so let's just say AWS CCP, pay for training, that might be like $1,000, right? To go pay for some class somewhere. But when I did my CCP, I bought a Udemy course on sale, right? And then I had some stuff from work, and my Udemy course was like $20, and then I spent $100 on the cert, and I had to pay that out of pocket. My company didn't pay for that. But they did this, and then I also had like Pluralsight, and then you guys have seen all the stuff that I have from like my college and stuff. Last rated, you could ask me Kubernetes stuff, sure. But where I'm going with this is, this can be really cheap or it can be really expensive. But Fake Dempsey, this is going to depend on how much you like to study on your own. Will you sit there while you do whatever else you do for the day and watch Udemy on like 1.5 speed? And then spend a good amount of time. Oh, by the way, tremendous amount of free stuff, free YouTube. What you watch on YouTube, and I can show you this if you want, is AWS, not reInvent, reInvent videos. And once you watch a few reInvent videos, they just keep giving you more and more. Like, you will literally just, you'll look like Homer getting fed the donuts. If you ever saw Fat Homer in hell getting donuts fed to him from The Simpsons. Hold on. If you've never seen Homer eating donuts, this is what Homer looks like eating donuts in hell, right? If you guys have never seen the...
Of course it stops loading at the best parts.
Oh God.
Get their crazy powerful network out here.
No.
And get 6 months of Disney
Oh God,
bundle
they won't even let me turn it down.
6 months of Disney bundle
Oh
on
God,
us.
they won't even let me turn the fucking thing down.
Also on us. Only
Oh
on
God,
Verizon.
you guys are the worst.
Oh, you like donuts, eh? Well, have all the donuts in the world!
This is... He had half a second and he said
I
more.
don't understand. James Coco went mad in 15.
Anyway, so yeah, so where I'm saying that is, certifications are this really wide, really, like, if you tell me, Scott, I'm going to go to a boot camp for CISSP, what does a boot camp for CISSP cost? That is probably on average about $5,000 for the week. That's about what a boot camp costs. So, but what is the test? So CISSP, by the way, you also need some time in the industry, but you can at least get the other version of it. It's $795, I think, is what I paid for mine for the cert, and you don't get a retest on that, so you better pass that thing, right? But how else could you do this? You could study Udemy, you know, get a couple of classes on there for $20 each. You can go, if you have, you know, a book or something like that. You can buy a book I definitely advise studying from a book on that. That's probably like $50 or something like that. There's, this is the idea of kind of my things, but the other options. So that's like your paid for stuff. That's if you're going to spend some money. But guys, by the way, we had a question. This is the question here, right? And these are kind of my. Let me see if I can tab that in. Yeah, these are kind of my thoughts and some answers to. A lot of stuff depends on, like, how much focus you have. Now, for you guys probably think like, oh, hey, Scott does, like, I'm an engineer during the day. You guys probably know that. And then I teach college at night, and I go to college. But it may also shock you to know that I probably watch about 20 hours of some type of learning videos each week. I'm constantly studying stuff. I'm currently pretty much ready to go take an AWS cert again if I wanted to, right? I already have my 5, but if I wanted to go research things, I'm pretty much always ready to do that. I'm always kind of studying. So where I'm going with that is, like, how much focus do you have? Because that's going to determine how you want to do some of this stuff. Oh, let me go back to this AWS stuff, though. All right, so you do your AWS, you do your first one. Then you go to your AWS, and this is Solutions, SAA, so Solutions Architect Associate. That's $150, right? But you get it half off because you passed the last one. So now this one only costs $75. So by the way, guys, this is how I did my AWS stuff when I learned AWS. I did my Certified Cloud Practitioner a week before. Actually, it was like 6 days before. And then I went and passed this one. So I got both of them for $175 instead of taking this one by itself for only $150. Now, some people might say the Certified Cloud Practitioner doesn't matter that much. I would say it absolutely does. I would rather you come in and have 2 certs, even though it's funny, they're overlapping. Like, the Certified Cloud Practitioner is a much easier version, but it's all the same material. Yeah. Last rated, I will still look. Install small cluster in Homeland. Use Calico. Calico's probably my default too. Configure with an IP range and installed Metal load balancer as a load balancer and give it IP range of whatever. Should they be in different subnets? It doesn't matter if they're in different subnets. As long as they're not in the general network, they should be fine. Last rated, they should be fine as long as they're separate. Like what I mean by that is, if I'm like on a 192 here, I could be on a 192 as long as they're a different network, or a 172 or whatever. But most of the time it defaults to 172 because most people aren't using that internally. Also, isn't it weird, guys? Like, when I see Ranger walking around on the camera back here, last rated, they won't. Are they? So is one like 192, 168, and the other one 172? They definitely won't. If they are similar, you might have some routing problems. But I couldn't see the actual IP addresses that you had, though. It didn't show me them. But yeah, if you do that internally, it should be fine. Yeah, it showed up as asterisks. They're both the same subnet. Don't know how Metal Load Balancer picks that, so I can't tell you last rated. But I can tell you, you know what I would do is I would do some deployments. This is what I would do. I would do some deployments and see where they're getting their IP addresses from, and maybe it's a non-issue. Oh yeah. Well, if you're using that in your home lab, you should definitely use something else up in the Kubernetes space, because in your Kubernetes space, since it's all software-defined networking, I'd just use like a class B with like 65,000 addresses. I would just use a different one. Those will definitely have trouble routing. If you use the same one as the underlying network, you're definitely going to have problems. Yeah, especially if they're that small. If they're bigger, I could see there not being collisions, but yeah, there are going to be problems there. All right. Is this where it run out? Every pod is getting an IP. Yeah, that's why I would definitely go just internal to the pod. Give it something huge, like 172 something, because that all happens internally anyways. So how did I do my AWS Solutions Architect? I did all kinds of free YouTube, right? AWS reInvent videos. In fact, when I get ready to set a test, my last 2 days are simply just AWS on YouTube the entire day. It's like just a maddening amount of just. I watch everything. I watch it on 1.5 to like 1.75. I can't do higher than 2. Some of you young guys can do like 2 or 3. I can't listen to people that fast. But then I bought Udemy. I used Stefan Merrick. I like him. People like Cantrill. There's another guy, Neil in the Cloud. There's different stuff like that. But bought Udemy. This probably cost me. You know, you buy them on sale for $20, but maybe like times 2. So maybe you spend like 20, or maybe your total is somewhere around like 40 to 50 bucks. That's kind of my thing on that. And then the next one I took, immediately after doing these, I took my security specialty. Right, and that was half off. That's $300. $300. But then half off was only $150, right? And this was a bunch of free YouTubes. Anyways, my point is, like, what do you want to do? What do you did you say what you want to do? Working on IT support 1 and local large clients are willing to pay for some Microsoft certs, maybe Net Plus and Sec Plus if you ask real nice. In 5 to 7 years max, I would have work as a second analyst. Okay, that wasn't really good feedback. Hope to avoid career. All right, so I've heard good and bad things about Security Plus and Net Plus. I've only ever heard bad things from one guy, and he brought up something that was kind of interesting to me. But I can show you good things that override it. I think Security Plus is, and they say Security Plus is like a mid-level, so they kind of recommend Net Plus first, but you don't need it. It's the DoD 8. Yeah, I always need somebody to help me with that. It's DoD 8570. So DoD 8570. This is super useful. What's the last paragraph? I was trying to maximize the practical portion of whatever cert I'm going for. I don't want to go into an interview and only have book learning study certs, if that makes sense. Yeah. So my thoughts on that are like this. Fake Dempsey, the certs get your foot in the door. You still, when you get in there, need to be able to talk through these things, which is one of the reasons when you guys do my labs, you will not go through all 57 of these labs and then the 3 that Fisherman has done, and not at least like have a grasp of like the underpinnings of Linux. So then if somebody asks you like, hey, how would you check the host name of a system? You might not know exactly, but you go, I can poke around a little bit. I can maybe read the man host name, or I would type in host name and tab a few times, and maybe I'd find that there's a host name control command, and then I would figure it out. I'd figure out how to get that host name out. Also, I know that it's typically in my in the PS1 variable when I log in. If you call that a PS1 variable in an interview, I guarantee you all the guys in the room that have been doing Linux are gonna go, that guy knows what a PS1 variable. He's one of us, and they're just right away they're gonna pick that stuff up. So, anyways, like, I don't think you ever lose things doing Security Plus, right? I think that's very valuable. 2 cents, keep them separate. A huge RAM for internal network. Yeah, absolutely, keep them separate. On your certs, though, I don't want to go in an interview only having book learning study certs, if that makes sense. Yeah, I think that I've run into both of these. Like, I have a whole bunch of certs, right? And I tell you guys, like, I got those certs because I wanted to be able to tell you guys that these certs were valuable or not. Have any of these certs right here ever gotten me a job? I would argue probably not. Maybe the CISSP helped me get in over at Redline because they're useful on government contracts because they fall into this 8570, right? Okay, whatever. Anyways, here's the baselines. And the CISSP is always over on the right. CCSP as well, which I have. But they're always over here on the right. You can see CISSP over there. Oh, yeah, here's CISSP here. CISSP or associate. And then you get whatever higher level or whatever, right? But my point in all that, I'm an A+, would I be able to get a help desk job? I think you could super halal. Yeah, I definitely think you could. My wife's been doing help desk for 22 years now. She's been doing help desk. So she's almost getting ready to retire. CKA will get recruiters ping you on LinkedIn, that's true. CKA is pretty valuable. But I haven't gotten anything with my CKA and CKAD. I basically did those and put them on a shelf. I do like lab stuff in my home lab with them, but I don't really mess with them all that much. I don't really do anything professionally with that right now. I did in high performance compute a while ago, and then Shasta went away. Shasta was Cray built Shasta. Cray got bought by HPCM, and then they kind of shelved Shasta, and they don't use it in supercomputing anymore. It was a really good system too, but yeah. So hopefully to answer this question, I highly advise. I got a CCNA before I ever came out into the industry. I was still in the Army. I was an infantry guy running around with my rifle. I got a CCNA, and I did not love networking. So I got out, and I was just like sitting on networks, and networks were always stable. I did not love that kind of work. So I kind of shifted my career over into being like a Linux engineer, and that's how I got into Linux. But I would tell you Sec Plus is valuable across the board, no matter where you go. Hack the box. I missed something, by the way. Oh yeah, Super Halal. Thanks for the follow. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. Hopefully I answered your question. I think you could definitely get a desk job if you needed it. Security specialty, free YouTube. These links are up in the Discord. Also, I have a tremendous amount of information up in the Discord about these two. I have whole courses I've built on these two right here. So there's a lot of stuff there. Like if you wanted to go the AWS route and at least get your foot in the door for some of this stuff. What other one? Let me look at what other ones might be useful to you. And hopefully I didn't miss that Prime, but thanks for the Prime sub, guys. I know somebody did that earlier. Can I show you? There's also let's say Dempsey. Where's Dempsey at? Wait for you to get back. Wait for fake Dempsey to get back, and then I'll answer this again. Okay. Let that get out of the way. Let me give you one other piece of advice that I think is useful here. All right, are we back? Are we back from ads? Okay. So this is one other really useful piece of advice, I hope, Fake Dempsey, is that if you don't have anything on your resume, it looks like you have some, but if you're looking for like another job or a better job, let me tell you that what I would say, hey, thanks for the subscription with Prime. You guys can use those anywhere. I always appreciate them here. SigWatch, hopefully this stuff's useful to you. And hopefully you don't have ads anymore. Make sure you refresh so you don't get the ads next time they come around. But check this out, right? If you don't have anything, we've got this little beginners thing. And by the way, this is another valuable thing. If let's say, because I got such a budget for certs, I'm going to try to go nuts with certs. But let's say you don't know how you study. Let's say you say, Scott, you know what? I'm still young and I don't know how old anybody is here. I know that I'm 42 and I've been teaching a long time. And people run the gamut on how much they like to study. I am insane. I've told you guys this, and some of you don't believe me. I am absolutely a fucking nut job. I will sit here and study all fucking day. It's the same thing when I was younger. I was a runner. When I was in the Army, I ran all the time. I don't need music. I don't need anything. I can just go run. I'm a madman. Same thing like I go to the gym. I don't need headphones. I can just sit there and like zone out and lift. Anyways, where I'm going with that is maybe you don't know how you study, so go do those two. There's two free certs right there. There's the API Academy. This is an awesome free cert. Takes about 16 hours to get through it. And I think it's excellent. We also have a study guide up in our Discord to help you get through this one from those of us that have went through it before. But then you get 3 cool little things to put on your LinkedIn that you went and you understand APIs, their life cycle, common ways that they work. And this is free. This is a free cert right here. You just hit get certified. This is about 6 hours. This is about 6 hours, and this is 6 hours. And you have an understanding of how APIs work. Then, there is very little on here that actually deals with hitting an API. So then you go study a little bit on how to hit APIs, right? And the reason I bring those up is to say, where's that other one? Six Sigma Council. This is huge. I learned about this in my master's programs when I was going to college. I have a couple masters, right? But we did Six Sigma all through it. And there's a free Six Sigma certification. There's a free one called White Belt. It's the White Belt level training. And there's all the free tools, study, free. And the test for the first one is free. Now the other ones get more expensive, but they're also more valuable in the industry, right? So if you don't know how you study, dip your toes in the water with one of these free certs right here and just say, hey, you know what? I'm terrible at this. I need to sit down and write out a plan, right? I need to, and if you want, I'll write one up on Discord for you. Like, these are the things that I would go study. And if you ask in the search channel, the guys that have taken certs, they'll tell you what they went and studied. I've told you guys most of the time I think Reddit's just a garbage scumbag place. But every now and then you find a channel and you go in there and you say, hey, does anybody know what I should do for, and then they'll probably call you an idiot and tell you to use the search function, but you'll find, or if you search for it yourself, somebody will have a list of common resources that people use. That's how I found, I've shown you guys this often. When I studied for my CISSP, one of the best things I ever found was the sunflower doc. You find it right here anytime you want. Sunflower-CISSP. It's one of the best docs ever made for how to study. It gets bigger, but it's a really good doc on the pieces of your CISSP study, right? So there's that. Okay, Reddits are so bad for yeah, but they can help with some things. Somebody's messaging me. Hold on a second. Somebody's messaging me at work. Gotta check some stuff. Oh, nice. Okay, good. Sorry. They're just messaging me. No one's going to call you an idiot. That's another thing, too. Yeah, our Discord is purposely, we want it to be a place where people can go and ask questions and stuff like that. Yeah. We here's the thing, right? Like, typically a lot of that stuff in my mind has always kind of come from like a place of insecurity with people, and they're like, oh, everybody's but me is stupid. Like the guy on like the Simpsons, they got that caricature of the smart guy in the comics room. And actually, I've worked with a lot of guys like that in my life, where it's like, you know, they're the smartest guy in the room, but they're always just going to be a LAN 1 technician at a high school or something. And it's like, well, if you're the smartest guy in the room, why don't you go be an engineer or do something else? Like, why are you always this thing? And they never give you an answer for that. But my point is, being the smart guy doesn't matter. Being the guy who goes, completes things and figures things out and all that kind of stuff is the more valuable thing in my mind. I tell people all the time, I'm not the smartest guy in the room. Like, when I work with a bunch of other engineers, I'm probably not even close. But I'm the guy over there getting stuff built. So a lot of times people are like, hey, what's Scott doing over there? Scott's building stuff. Yeah, because that's what I do as an engineer, is build stuff. That's one of the things I'm good at. So I take a task and I complete it, and then I get another task and I complete it. And management tends to like that kind of shit, because nobody gives me tasks expecting me not to solve them. Nobody gives any engineer tasks not to solve them, but I'm saying I have a record of always solving things. So, all right. I'm working for T1. Okay, so you've got that. Yeah, and then the other thing is, you know, if you wanna work as some of these things, find people doing those things. Make sure your path is aligned with that. If you're not gonna stay, look, you do not have to go to college. You do not have to go to college to do any of this. My younger brother, one of my younger brothers, he's 10 years younger than me. He makes pretty similar money to me, and I have all kinds of degrees and stuff, and he doesn't have any degrees. It's all about the capability once you get in the industry. To get in the industry, you have to spend time learning. The way he got in the industry, so I had a friend whose dad was a data center engineer. He was a data center manager, and we got my brother an interview. He didn't have a lot of experience. He'd been doing Linux with me, but he got an interview. It was nights at a data center. It was not anything big. He basically would sit in the data center and go unplug servers and plug them back in for people. That's about what he did. Hey Johnny, man, how's it going? My brother Johnny, though, was my younger brother John. He not this Johnny, man, but my brother John. He got this job and he just worked there, and in 5 years he got promoted 4 or 5 times, because he would take stuff on, he would figure it out, and when he left there, he was in charge of training everybody in the company on Linux for this company Cordero. It's a web hosting company. He was training their guys on Linux. They flew him out to Texas to train a whole new batch of people on how to do Linux and how to do their servers and stuff. And then he got out of there, he came over to AAA, and he's moved up. I think he's probably gotten promoted 4 or 5 times there since 2016. So he's been there about 8 years, and he's got promoted multiple times. Doesn't have a single degree. He's got a couple certs now, but only because they paid for it. I think he went and got his CCP and I think he's got a CKA with Kubernetes, so Certified Kubernetes Administrator. Those are his 2 certs. They don't have any bearing on his ability to do his work or anything. So what I would tell you is like getting into some of these might be more about kind of positioning yourself with either certs or knowledge. Now you don't have to. This is another thing. You don't have to have a certification. The certification helps you get past the little bots and shit and the HR people that don't know anything. But if you have a portfolio that shows that you've done these things or built these things, that could be something that people look favorably at as well. And that's one of the reasons I talk about, like, in our Discord, we have things that you can go do, and then you strip off the prologue part, strip off all that other stuff, and just show that as your work, because it's your lab. You've really done the lab on monitoring. Like, if you want to monitor logs of systems and stuff, and you want to build out a SIEM, you can start to do that, right? It's also really cheap back in the security stuff, the AWS stuff. There's really free or cheap ways to go do these labs out there and get your hands on this for very little money. So anyways, the question was around what we should do, and I think that hopefully hit the answer pretty completely. Anyways, I call it positive differentiators all the time. Yeah, negative differentiators are like, don't go to jail or prison, don't don't get like dishonorably discharged from the military. Those are all negative differentiators. When they go to take the last 10 people, you want to be the one who they like, right? Maybe they like 3 of you, so they take off the 7. That was 1. But now they got to decide between 3 people they like. And you have certs that are directly on their thing, so it makes it an easy choice for them to pick you. Or they like your degrees, or they like, whatever it is, just you want as many positive differentiators as you can. And that's a big thing that I try to say and talk to and that kind of stuff. Okay, anyways. Did we ever finish this lab? This lab has 10 minutes left. Okay, I think we did all those pieces there. Did we capture the kernel version? Yes. What arguments did we give to the template module? We didn't give any except a source and a destination. That's good. Yeah, fake Zemzy. Hopefully that's useful to you. Can you create a file on each node with 3 variables from gather facts? I think we pretty much did that. Ginger report. So now this is the other way that I do this, guys. Came across your channel, I'd like to start coding and get a job, but have no clue where to start. So Alan K over on YouTube said, hey, I just came across your channel, I'd like to start coding and get a job, but have no clue where to start. So I don't strictly speaking code. I'm a systems engineer, high performance compute engineer, platform engineer, whatever you want to call me. I'm the guy underneath keeping all the servers up. I do the servers, the networking, the storage. I currently am a high performance compute engineer. A lot of the stuff, so Alan, we have a Discord. I'll link the Discord to you up there. We've got a Discord that you can join if you want. And down in there, I've got a lot of stuff that talks about, we've got a whole bunch of engineers in there that are like, hey, certifications you can get, things you can study, projects you can work on. There's just a lot of stuff in there to kind of get and then find something there. Yeah. So, wait, fake Dempsey. Yeah. You're good. No, I was saying there's Alan K over on the YouTube side. Probably already gone by the time I know. I got to get better at looking at the YouTube stuff up here. So I've got everybody down here, but then I've got Twitch up here and YouTube up here split, so I can see both of them. So, yeah, it's instinctual. Okay, so let's do this next lab. So I'm bounce out of this lab. We'll go down to the Jinja reports, and this one may be the one that I use the most. Like this may be, of all the things I do in the Ansible world, this may be the thing that I do the most. Yeah, hey Robodom, we need to put together. Look, because this will make me do it. My Claude, and hopefully this stuff's useful to you. There's the lab that we're doing. Labs are free on Killer Coda, so anybody on YouTube, we got like 5 people on YouTube, so that's better than I think I've ever had. I think I had 6 earlier. You guys can do those labs for free. You don't even need me to be around. Also, I tell you guys this all the time, even if you don't like my labs, there are literally hundreds of other labs up there on Killer Coda that are not mine. I did not make them. And these are not, strictly speaking, mine. They're the Professional Linux Users Group. So, this one is Jinja reports. So earlier, we stamped to all of our servers a Jinja 2 template. And when we did that Jinja... Oh, hold on. Somebody needs to fix my somebody. I need. We have a CC command, Robodom. I need you to remember that. My closed captioning had stopped working, so I needed to pull that back up. It's not your fault, Robodom. I don't blame you. My closed captioning was down. Yeah. Hey, Control Byte, you ran into everybody too, didn't you? Or did you only see Robodom? Did you get to meet the other guys? I know Robodom was really evangelizing that scale thing, so that was really good. I'm glad you guys went. If you guys don't know, there's a big conference out in California every year called Scale, and we're trying to go there more. Robodom's been there at least the last couple years, and then we're all talking about going out next year. The people that are close to California, maybe we'll all go out and have like a big prologue thing or something. That'd be fun. I think I said prologue. PROLUG. Professional Linux Users Group. Anyway, that's the name of our little group that we run. Okay, this one's going to be different than the other lab. The other lab, we stamped them on all the machines. This one's going to be different, and I want you to try to see the way that it's different. What's the syntax for a variable in Ansible or Jinja 2? That's 2 curly brackets, right? And then in Jinja 2, what's the syntax for a control structure? We're going to see that here in a second. Then why might we want to timestamp with an ISO 8601 standard for each report? Well, it's unique, and also we do not want. We're going to use an ISO 8601 short, basic short, because it's going to be a unique value, and it's also going to not have to deal with the weirdness of colons, which do not work well in file systems. So, from Plolog, Jotro, ran a bunch of graveyard. Yeah. Okay, so let's do this lab. The lab says verify your host file, so cat root hosts, and there's our 2 servers. We always have these 2 servers. You can also SSH to node 01. There you go. Boom, node 01. Also, changing the music. I think there's a music command now. You guys can change the music. Well, I still have to go change it myself, but you guys can control the music if you want. But I have to go manually change it. I don't have it set where you guys can change it. I just changed it to dark. So now we're in. You can request to change the music. Your options are chill, dark. We were in chill for a while there. Now we're in dark. This is all my dark music. Then you got fast, 8-bit, acoustic, coffee shop, and drums. So I will maybe I'll do like a redemption for that. So those are your options, and maybe I'll do like a redemption at like, I don't know, 5,000 or something, and then you can control that. But yeah, if you guys want to change any of that, I have a whole bunch of music that I bought from Humble Bundle. So, you know, I don't know, trying to give a little ambiance to the stream. This is all the dark stuff here. This is Dark Fantasy Studio something dark. I don't know. All right, probably some kind of like creepy shit. But anyways, deploy a template called this, and then so it's going to be root template.yaml, very similar as before. And then we're going to deploy a root report.txt report upon execution of the playbook. So this is going to report to this machine when we're done. It's not stamping to a bunch of different machines. This is different. Now I want to report back what servers were unreachable and the servers that have been up longer than a day in our root report.txt. So we'll copy in the answers. You can also try to write this yourself if you want. There's nothing stopping you from that. But let's cat root hosts. We did that earlier. Good. And then let's cat root template.yaml. And template.yaml is going to do an interesting thing here. It's going to go do something that we saw earlier. It's going to have an arbitrary name. And then there's going to be a shell command to just run an uptime. Just run an uptime against the server. Register that variable as uptime. And then at the end, look at this. It just says go ahead and stamp out our root template.j2 to root report. And it's going to be a ISO 8601 basic short stamped variable .text. Run once and delegate to localhost. That means only stamp it on this machine. Now remember, on the other ones we pushed them far and wide because we were stamping the variables on those servers. So now when we do this Jinja 2 template here, we've got to use a different control structure to go gather all the information that Ansible knows and put it on this one node. So you're going to see that this Jinja 2 template is very, very different than the other one. So more template.j2. And look at this. This is significantly different. But one thing I say is, what is the syntax for a control structure? God fucking damn it. God damn it, that pisses me off. This fucking computer. Alright. Try not to swear too much, but fucking A. Alright. What happens is... Fucking PowerPoint, man. You can't see the mouse when it's over another PowerPoint. It's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever seen. Whose idea was it to make a mouse invisible? So I was over here, and then I hit a button, and anyway, doesn't matter. Couldn't see the fucking mouse. Because, you know, somebody over at Microsoft decided, just shut off their mouse. What the fuck? It's doing it again. Oh, there it goes. Sometimes you can break out of it, but it's super annoying. So a control structure looks like this. It's an open curly bracket, percentage sign, and then a percentage size closed curly bracket. Hey, Mr. Extremely, how's it going? It was going really good until I just started swearing there. Anyway, so we start with a for, and then we have to end the for, and we start with an if, and we have to end the if. There you go. That's it. We can go home. But now, watch what we're going to do in this playbook. Unreachable systems, we're gonna mess with something that I showed you guys earlier, which is a special variable. There's two special variables that are in play right here. Ansible play hosts all and Ansible play hosts right here. So Ansible play hosts special vars. Ansible special variables. So we're gonna look at this real quick again. And I'll link this to you guys down here in the Twitch, and I'll link it to you guys over here on the YouTube. And the special variables we're playing with are these two right here. Ansible play hosts and Ansible play hosts all. There's two things. The Ansible play hosts all is at the start line, at the starting line of the play. If it's two hosts, it's two, whatever they are, but it's their names, right? It's their names in a list. But if there's 200 nodes, it's 200 that start at the starting line. When we get to the end, it's the list of the hosts that are still currently in the run. So at the end, this is going to exclude all of the nodes that failed between here and there. When you fail something, you're out in Ansible. It's like you trip over and just lay there like Peter and go, ow. Remember when he's like going like that on his shin? He's like, for like 15 minutes. That's basically what happens here. Your server just lays down and dies, so you're not in playhost. So if we look at the logic here, we loop over everything in the playbook that started as the host. And then we say if that host, you know, what that is, it'll be control plane and then node 01. If it's not in Ansible playhost, meaning it didn't make it to the end, put his name right there. That's the logic right there. I use this literally everywhere I go. Every contract job I do, every little thing that I do anywhere, every project that I'm on, I use this right here in a report type playbook that goes and checks things for me. That's the first part of it. What couldn't I reach out of the system? Why didn't I reach it? Maybe there's a subnet in the way. But I can always check what nodes are unreachable by my jump box. I always know. Then down here, we have over here that we registered the variable uptime. We used uptime and we registered all of that information. Then we come down here and I say for host in Ansible play hosts all, so starting to loop over all the hosts again. If host vars control plane dot uptime is defined, and then if day is in host vars control plane, right? The first loop will be control plane dot uptime dot std out, so it looks through the output of an uptime like this for the word day. The word day will only be there if this is over a day. Watch this. Day will only be there if you have higher than a day. So the logic here was we look for day, and if day's not there, then we say host vars and then control plane dot Ansible host name has not rebooted today. So you're gonna wonder, you're gonna say why if day was in there would I want to see that it is not rebooted today? Well, this logic actually comes from what I used to do when I used to patch. Let's say I patched 1,000 servers in a night. Sometimes it'd be more, but let's say 1,000. When I would do my sanity check at the end of the night, I've patched all these servers, I've done kernel updates, I've done all these things. I've pushed them all over. I've kicked every server off on power, however I did it. And at the end of it, when I run against all my nodes, did any of them not come back up? Are any of them not responsive? And on the other side of it, are any of those jerks still up because they shouldn't be up? See, so this says has not rebooted. I want to know if you didn't get kicked over. If you managed to miss me kicking you in the hole like Sparta to get the server to come back up with the new kernel or whatever, this is my check. Hey Quartz One, how's it going? We're going through the playbooks, right? We're doing Ansible. And guys, by the way, this is all out there on the this is all out there on YouTube as well. Over there, Papa Scorp said, "Hi, YouTube, recommend your channel. A couple days ago, been loving the VODs. Want to submit a question like the previous person? Do we submit them in a special channel?" No, Papa Scorp, I just have to look up and see them. So you can do that. I see more stuff on Twitch because I'm more used to using Twitch. But if you ask something on YouTube, I will definitely do it. If you join our Discord, you can put it in there. I don't know. Maybe I'll just make a questions channel or something. Maybe like a stream questions channel or something. But no, if you drop it in general, I'll find it. Just let me know. If you drop it in general, I should find it. Yeah. And people are hopping down in the Discord, which is also cool. You guys are welcome to always hang out down there. The goal of that group, the whole goal of it, is to get you guys. We all do this as a hobby, right? Like all of us like if you watch any tech stream for more than a few minutes, you probably enjoy doing this stuff. But if you only do it as a hobby and want to become a professional, that's the group of that's the goal of our group, is to get you guys doing this in a professional capacity in some way. So that's kind of our thoughts on it. My thoughts on it, and what I'm doing. And this is my last stream for about a week, so hopefully we have stuff out there enough for people to watch while I'm gone. And also all kinds of weird stuff's popping up in there, so I'm gonna hold off on that. Let's see, and then Pico's there, dropped out of college. Oh, Pico gave good advice too. I don't want to show his advice because he didn't ask me to, but he's on there. I'm going to Mexico for a week, Johnny man. I'm gonna be in Cancun. Me and the wife and 26 of our closest friends. Of course, when I watch for more than a minute because I'm trying to figure out what's on stream. Yeah. This is again, this is just a way to stamp data down to my screen. So let's run it real quick. This is one of these things where, why don't we just run it and see what happens? So we got all of that, but what do we get as an actual output when we cat the report out? So let's cat the report. It's only on this one node, and it says that this system validation at this time, unreachable systems were none. Hosts that have been up longer than a day are none. All of our servers have been booted in the last, well, we only have 2 nodes, and we know they've only been up for a little bit of time. So let's modify this a little bit. Let's, if we cat vi our root hosts, and let's just add, there's going to be a node 02 eventually, and a node 03, but we don't have them yet. And then I go ahead and I rerun my playbook. Is my playbook robust enough? It errored, but is it robust enough to still put the template down? So let's cat our report. This is going to cat the first one and then the second one. And here's the first one again. That was clean. And then here's the second one because we just catted them all out. And this one found 2 unreachable systems, node 02 and node 03. They started at the starting line. We had a name for them, but they didn't make it past the first play. We saw a bunch of bloody red, right? So they didn't make it past the first play. They were unreachable. So they're not there at the end. When we got to right here, they were not set as active play hosts. They were dead, fallen over, whatever. So they came up as unreachable systems because they're an Ansible play host all. They're in this variable Ansible play host all, but they are not in Ansible play hosts. So that's our logic. That's how we figure it out, guys. That's that little diddle. This little thing here. You guys might think I'm kidding. This literally hits thousands of servers a day in my different environments. Literally thousands. Many thousands of servers a day. Maybe approaching 10,000 servers in all of my environments. This hits them every day. Right there. You say, really? Yeah. I want to know. I want to come in the morning and know which of my servers are down. And then I invert this logic here. And if day is not in host vars, I want to know. Because I want to know if a server's rebooted in the last 24 hours. Yeah, I do this all the time. So there you go. There was a question. Thank you very much. I did join the Discord, but not used to chatting in Discord. You probably get asked this a lot. How would you recommend getting a starter sysadmin job? Okay, so that was the question over on the YouTube side. Starter sysadmin job. We kind of talked about this a little bit earlier, but let's talk about it like this. Let's pull up and guys, VS Code has been crashing for me, so I apologize. Actually, you know what? Hold on. We'll do it this way. We're gonna do it a little bit different today. We're gonna open up Excalidraw. If you guys have never seen Excalidraw, awesome tool. And Excalidraw here, I can just open up. Whoops. I'm gonna open one of my images. Load from a file. And we're gonna go to Systems Administration. So this is my System Administration talk. And the question is, how do we get into the Systems Administration world? Well, let's talk a little bit about what people are kind of looking for, right? And you said you already got an RHCSA. That's awesome. Notice that I should do a lot more, and almost all jobs mention that they require an active security clearance. No, that's fine. And by the way, we were just talking about like the idea of like getting a security clearance. One of the really valid things, there's this DoD 8570. So DoD 8570, and this is a baseline certification to be able to get into like tech jobs. So especially for the Fed. So I'll link this to you guys again in case anybody wants it. This won't get you a security clearance, but it'll get you those jobs that might help you get a security clearance. By the way, I don't mention it much, but I've held very many security clearances over the years, including top secret when I was at Lockheed Martin. But this is an idea in engineering called PPDIOO. PPDIOO. This comes from Cisco. It is prepare, plan, design, implement, operate, and optimize. And most people, most sysadmins start over here on the left in this little box. You come in, you're a network operation guy, you're a security operation, you're help desk. Maybe you're even like a level 1 admin or engineer, right? They call you like a level 1 or whatever. And your goal here is to keep the lights on. That's your goal as an engineer. Your job is to keep the lights on, do the help desk work, right? That kind of stuff. Understand how to respond to requests and that kind of stuff. Keep our service tickets down. And this is where a lot of us start, right? It's where I spent a lot of time there in the Linux world. But if you want to move out of this, what I would tell you is, what are you doing every day to do this stuff better? How are you optimizing the system? Because if you are working on a system, it's very easy to just come in every day to a NOC and just watch the screens and do whatever. But how are you working to optimize the system? If you run into a problem and there's no documentation for it, do you automatically just go write the documentation and the workaround for all the other guys that are in guys and gals that are in your NOC or your security operations center so that they have it better? Are you optimizing your tooling? Are you just making things better where you find them? Are you walking past the piece of trash you see on the ground, or are you working a little harder? And what I mean by that is not, actually picking up trash. What I mean is, if you see something broken in your network, are you documenting it? Are you talking about when it happens? Are you making it easier for the engineers that are over here designing stuff to do that stuff? Robodom, a lot of this stuff, well, there will be projects for optimization, but I'm saying to do it yourself. I'm saying to, like, when I get asked something at work and I immediately have an answer, people are like, Scott, how did you do that? And I'm like, I had it in my notebook, or I had it in notes on my desktop. I'm constantly putting things in this, right? You guys constantly see me just dumping stuff in here, even if I never go back and look at it again. I always have stuff in here. And then I pull out the stuff that I need and I reference it later, and then I make my final documentation. That stuff always looks really nice. Nobody ever sees my mess. No, like, you guys see it here because I'm showing you guys kind of like what's going on, but nobody ever sees my mess at work. They don't see this stuff. They just see Scott's always got the right answer. Why Scott always got the right answers? He got a mind like a steel trap. When I was younger, I had a really sharp mind, but now I can tell myself slowing down. So like, then there's project work, and once you kind of prove that you're good over here, or sometimes like you'll have like a mentor engineer, and there's the prepare, the plan, the design, and the implement of newer technologies. We tend to call this project work, this stuff over here. Prepare is research of new technologies. You're keeping yourself abreast of the technology in the industry and those kind of things. And then we plan. We think about, how does that technology work with what we're doing here? And how do we integrate it? Well, we want to go to this new, like maybe in a high performance compute cluster, we want to go to this brand new GPFS storage. But to get to that new GPFS storage, we actually have to update all of our baseline InfiniBand and GPFS on all of our nodes. This is something I run into all the time. I actually just, I'm going on vacation tomorrow. I'm actually on vacation right now. I'm talking to you guys while I'm on vacation. I literally just finished this whole big project where I have a whole big matrix of all the things that I updated across a whole bunch of stuff in my test cluster. And then, but this is me. Have you guys ever seen, who here's ever seen like one of those big ships get launched? Or it's not even a big ship, it could be a small ship, and they have like those little like logs underneath it. Have you guys ever seen this? And then the logs roll and the ship rolls over the top of it. Have you guys ever seen that? Or I've seen this with big ships, and they'll be on like these big like steel rollers, and they'll roll them down into the ocean or whatever. I think of projects like this all the time. Kind of like in my, again, I've told you guys I'm insane, but I will sit here and think about how, well, hold on. At the risk of getting weird YouTube stuff, ship launching to sea. You guys have never seen this. Let me just show you this. So this is kind of how it looks. Oh, no, I don't want to see that. How does it look like when? I don't want to see it mess up. Although it is funny when they mess up.
Verbo is for sharing all
Damn, I don't want to go to Verbo. Yeah, this would probably be a good one. Hold on. See how it's rolling? And this is going backwards, by the way. Right, this is backwards. For some reason. So, I don't know why this is backwards. Also, I don't know why it's so loud. But this is backwards. This is in reverse. But see those little roller things underneath it? So, that's, yeah, this is in reverse. You can tell everybody's walking backwards, right? So, anyways, my point in showing you guys that is to say, I think of a lot of projects like that. There's like this thing over here, like two ships passing in the night. We need to make sure they don't crash into each other. Or we need to fix whatever the problem is. So, like when I do project stuff, you know, I've got to get everything to the right level. So I'll build little matrices of these are my versions, and these are the things that work. And sometimes you get them from vendors, but the vendors very rarely have all the other vendors. So I build them myself. And I wish, if it wasn't on a contract, I wish I could show you guys exactly what they look like. I can build one that looks very similar, but the point is, that's planning. How do we integrate it? And then we start to design all of this and build documentation into it. And for me, when I did that deploy against those 10 nodes out of a 1211 node cluster, I built all my Ansible. I have 95% of my Ansible cooked. It is baked up. It is ready to go. So when we go to hit it against all the rest of the cluster, it just runs. All my Ansible just run and update everything. I found a lot of problems. I went against in those nodes. I found I have 5 different generations in those 10 nodes that I built out of hardware that was dropped. So I've solved all the hardware problems at a general level. I still need to do some testing, but the point is, these are what we do. This is how we do engineering, right? But as a sysadmin, like to understand, so the question was, how do we get into sysadmin? I would say get at least a basic portfolio. You got a cert, you know, you already got an RHCSA, so that's awesome. But find stuff that you can do that shows people, because like, here's what happens. You get all these things and you get into an interview, and now you basically have about an hour to put your best foot forward. You got to be able to talk about the things that you know about. You need to be able to explain kind of how you work through problems and do it in such a way that makes people think that you can do that. And then, you know, you got to prove to them that you can do the work and that you will do the work. The will do the work is harder. You just got to probably show everything. But then we implement, right? Then we implement the things. And when we implement things, we need to be able to hand them off to be operated. This right here is governed by a thing called... There's a thing here that governs this, which is called this. It is... make this white. What governs this over here is the idea of what's called fit for use. So fit for use governs this, right? Fit for use is, does it check all the boxes? And then over here, what governs this is fit for warranty. And fit for warranty is the idea that do we keep it running as long as it needs to, right? And you'll run into these in ITIL. Fit for warranty is, does it, when I click the button, does it do the thing that I expect it to do all the time? So these are kind of my thoughts on that. I have some other things over here too. Troubleshooting. I've got a whole big talk on troubleshooting. Find a few methodologies that work for you. Don't try to learn them all. Here's some ones, like some generic ones. Another big troubleshooting one that I always bring up is FM, failure modes and effects analysis, FMEA. And I have whole talks on this stuff for you guys, right? Whole talks that we've been through and walked into and talked about on these things. And then this was the question here, the general thing was getting into Linux engineering field, which was the question that was asked over on the YouTube side. And then some questions, people were talking about troubleshooting framework, baselining. How do we baseline? I think I ripped that out of here. How do we get on hands-on skills? Well, we go to maybe Killer Coda. There's a lot of Killer Coda stuff that's free. There's a fair amount of pretty, I think, cheap stuff out there on Udemy. You can get pretty cheap Udemy stuff. There is, I would highly advise people to get into like groups of people that are talking about the same stuff as you. We have a Discord. Discord's free, right? I don't get anything out of Discord. They don't pay me nothing, but there's a free Discord out there. I'm gonna post it on the YouTube side as well. You guys are welcome to hang out down in there. And then we talk about getting junior sysadmin role, what to document or otherwise do as a project. So for your junior sysadmin role, we have projects for you guys to do in our Discord. Let me pull this up here. Oh, geez, what the fuck is that so big? All right. So anyways, we go on our Discord. All right. And you come down here to our projects or our labs. Oh, Prolog projects here. And you go and you look at some of these different things that I've dropped in here for you guys to do. And then when you're done working on these labs, you've got these fully... Fisherman, I don't know, we're hanging out on YouTube and things. But here's our monitoring deep dive project and monitoring deep dive with lab. This also, by the way, is up on YouTube as like an actual video. Yeah, Fisherman, I'm just trying to get more people. I'm not giving away anything except free knowledge, I think. So I'm not giving I'm not doing like a. Although it's funny, when I used to do giveaways, people would stick around longer. So I haven't done a giveaway in a while though. So anyway, so go find something that's interesting to you guys, right? And by the way, what that would look like if we come down here and go to our projects, Prolog presentations. Where's the deep dive project guide? Right here. So this is what this one would look like. This is, you go fill this out and you strip all this off and put your name on it and say, I know how to build, I understand monitoring, and I know how we do metrics. What do? We do metrics, traces, and logs, right? Those are the things. And then here's your labs and different stuff. And by the way, these were just screenshots that I grabbed, but you could grab any out of the lab, and you would answer these things like in the lab on telemetry. Where does the data start? Where does it flow to? All that kind of stuff. Yeah, by the way, if you guys don't follow Fisherman, follows are free, right? You can go follow anytime you want, and he's got some good stuff. Although he doesn't stream nearly as much as we want him to, but if we get enough people following him, then maybe the pressure will be on. So there's a bunch of stuff in here, but if you had no portfolio at all, this is something. This is something to start with. And I have lab, all that stuff, all that talk on that. So, again, the goal of this is to get you guys into doing this stuff professionally. I want you guys to go. We have engineers who have moved states and engineers that have done all kinds of different things. Yeah, don't follow Fisherman, he's a bum. But he does have good labs. So if you do our little labs command, you get his labs and his stuff. And Fisherman Bot is always about 3 seconds away from the ban hammer. If I wasn't as lazy as I am, he would be ban hammered all over the place. But that freaking bot. That bot talks more. Anyway, that bot hurts me often. All right, and if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, go in the Discord. All right, Anyways, what type of jobs can you get as a Linux admin engineer? We went and looked at these. We went and looked at. We were directly on system. So this comes from actually one of my students posted this in a chat, and I took it because I thought it was really good. It was, what are the system administrator job responsibilities? Install, configure, and maintain computer systems, servers, networks, and peripheral devices. Administer and troubleshoot operating systems, application software, Active Directory, DNS, and Exchange environments. So that's a lot. They want you to know a lot. Monitor system performance and ensure network resource availability. You could do that if you went and did those labs, right? You could prove that you know how to monitor stuff in a modern way with like a tool like Grafana and a whole data pipeline, right? Conduct system backups and uphold integrity and security. Well, you might not know about a lot about backups, but you can read about them. There's a rule. I have a rule here somewhere. I don't know where I have it, but it's like a rule of backup that you don't need to know unless you get to like architect level. But it's like the 3-2-2-1 rule. 3-2-2-1-1 I think is the rule. I don't remember right off, but maybe you go spend a little time learning about that, right? You do some labs on how to back things up. I need to set up a Bacula lab, but I haven't done that one yet. Collaborate with an IT team for new technology solutions implementation. So you got to study and look at the different stuff that's out there. I happen to be in a field where HPC is pretty set. We don't do a whole lot of, I mean, there's new things coming out, but high performance compute is all about stability and speed. Security is also there. We want security in our data, but we don't do a whole lot of sitting around and we don't do a whole lot of like pushing the envelope. We do speed stuff, but we tend to build on pretty stable stuff. I have a big HPC video as well on the YouTube side for people that want to watch that later. But develop and maintain IT policies and procedures. I've shown you guys this. Has anybody here not written a policy or a procedure before? I can't raise my hand, but you can raise your hand if you've never done that before. I need a little hand raise. Robodom, I need to make a little hand raise so like people can just do an emoji for like hand raise when I ask that. But if you've never developed a policy or procedure, let me posit that you can. Watch this. You go right here. You go to sans.org. Here are policies. Application security policies right here. They're free. Anybody can use them. They even say right in them that they're free. Yeah, well, this is for security, but this can be any policy, right? This is the start of your IT security policies right here if you've never done it. Then you come over here, and what was that other one? It said procedures. So policies are overarching things that typically like management needs to get involved in. Yeah, I could do that light. I could do that. I could do like a vote and say, yeah. But I wanted it like immediate. But no, that's fine. Procedures. What about procedures? Maybe you've never written up a procedure. There's the cheat sheets. These cheat sheets are really good. So procedures tend to be, hey, how's it going, Rossberger? I'm never going to be Twitch partner, I don't think. Hey, but I've had a whole bunch of activity lately on YouTube. That's kind of cool. Because I'm just here doing Ansible for the most part, right? And then Ross, I'm going on vacation. I'm actually technically on vacation right now. But tomorrow morning I leave for Mexico for a week, so that's kind of cool. So I'm doing that. Yeah, if you guys don't follow Rossberger, he is the #1 camping killer on Twitch. He just kills people and then stands there and murders them. It's pretty funny. But he also does other games too, which is kind of fun. I am a sucker for good horror in general, and I don't know if there's something wrong with me, but I'm not like the average stuff that's in a movie doesn't scare me at all. But some of those games are fucking creepy. Some of those games that are out there can really get you. So I like watching Rossberg play. I like other people to be invested in the puzzles and stuff of horror games while I'm like working or doing whatever. So I'll have them up on this screen and then I'll be over here working on whatever. But yeah, Ross is normally my more like kind of like my I don't drive into work anymore, but he's kind of like my morning show. And his stream is always very high energy. Did April 24th? What's that? Oh yeah. Enjoy your time in game. Were you? Let's see. What did I miss? Do a vote. I missed things, but okay. Here's how. If you guys have never written a procedure, let me posit that this is a good way to start. Right here, we go to these free sheets, and then you go. Where's this one? Intrusion discovery. Whatever. Let's go with. Hey, thanks for the follow, Logan James Tech. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. Let's go to, I like the one that's called Server. Hold on, it's called Server. Security arc, nah, not that one. Although there's great cheat sheets here. But procedures are down in the weeds. They're like the things we're actually doing. And where do we have this here real quick? Papa's Corp said, I'm the exact opposite. Games give me a feeling of control so they don't scare me, but the worst horror movie terrifies me. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I just, like, horror movies, a lot of times they use, like, screaming. That doesn't scare me. Like, when women scream, it just annoys me. Men screaming, too, I guess, for that matter. And then, two, when somebody's like, hey, I spent 30 years as, like, this... For example, did anybody here ever see the movie The Hills Have Eyes? I'm sure somebody here has seen that movie. It's a little bit older. Hold on, I want to find this one, though. I'm trying to find this one. Windows and Linux Terminal and Command Line. Yeah, maybe this one. Gives you a bunch of stuff to start. Good vacation travel. Yeah, thanks, Mr. Extremely. But let me tell you guys my problem with that movie, if any of you ever saw it. The dad in that movie, he just retired from being a police, like, shooting instructor or something. And he gets scared when he goes back to this, like, thing by himself. And he just starts shooting out into the night. And I'm like, that is exactly not what somebody who had ever been trained with a weapon would do. They would identify a target and put rounds in it. They would not just shoot randomly. Like, we're talking, like, cardinal direction shooting randomly into the night. And I'm like, what in the fuck am I watching? This guy just spent 30 years training police? Like, man, that it was wild. But anyways, so, you know, I don't like when they do bad stuff like, when I say bad stuff like that, it's the idea that you're lying to your audience because you're just going to make whatever bullshit you want to be true without, like, anyways, so that's my thoughts on it. All right, movie logic is terrible. Yeah. Robodom's saving me for myself. All right. Is there a structured guide to get into tech? I think there's a lot of stuff out there that can help you. I think that you should find something that's interesting to you and dig into it, because you will get a lot further on stuff that's interesting to you than just doing stuff. I tell you guys this often. Like, I tell people this all the time. If this doesn't appeal to you, you know, if this kind of stuff doesn't appeal to you, and just looking at a black background with green or white letters, I wouldn't get into tech, man. I would go do sales or something. You might even make more money in sales if you don't like, because not everybody wants to look at this shit all day. And I'll tell you, of all the engineers, I've had over 5,000 college students, right? I've been teaching for 15 years. And I tell people this, that, you know, of those 5,000, there was probably about 10% of them that liked Linux. So of 5,000, you're down to about 500 that liked Linux. Of those ones that liked Linux, there was probably only about 10% of them that were any good at it. So that's probably like, and when I say any good at it, like, they actually wanted to keep doing it and were actually kind of capable in that space. And that's only, you know, that's a very small percentage then. Maybe like 50 of my 5,000 engineers. And I would venture to guess, thinking of all the engineers that I've kept in touch with and LinkedIn and all that stuff over the years, I would venture to guess less than half of that, so probably only about 25 of them currently do Linux. It's not like there's not some run on Linux engineers. It's like we almost have, I don't want to say we have like our pick of jobs, but it's like there's a lot of work out there for Linux engineering, and I'd say it keeps going up too. Like, so get yourself a skill, right? Spend some time with this. You don't have to learn this overnight. You could learn this stuff over time, but I tell you guys, if you just went into, not even my labs, you just went into Killer Coda, you found any lab on here. Let's say you went to the CKA certification, and you're like, I'm not going to go take a certified Kubernetes administrator. Maybe you say that to me. But you say, Scott, I want to at least go into 15, 70, and 30. That's at least 115 scenarios. And you say, Scott, I'm going to spend 15 minutes. Oh my God, hold on, what the hell? All right, who knows? By the way, you guys should answer that poll. Who knows who cuts my hair? Who knows who cuts my hair? 115 labs right here. But if you just told me, hey, Scott, when I sit down and I drink my coffee or my Monster or whatever I drink in the morning, I'm going to do 10 minutes of labs, and all I'm going to do in those labs is drop in there, and I'm going to literally just hit whatever button it says and see things as much as I want, right? Like, I'm just going to I'm just going to run through this, and I'm going to vim my VRC, and I'm going to set these things. I'm going to hit next. All right, then that one was a little quick, but let's say you did any of these labs, and you just blasted through the commands and just kind of absorbed them. At the end of doing that for 30 days, if you did that for 10 minutes, I would venture to guess that you probably had done over 3,000 commands in a Linux command line of some type. And then if you say, well, Scott, that sounds like a lot, and I say, yeah, you probably will have learned something, even if just accidentally, even if you were just coming in here and pressing these buttons as fast as you can, right? And it looks like he's not giving us these ones, so maybe I gotta copy them and paste them maybe. And then it says edit the deploy, fix this name down here. There's a name that's wrong, and then once I get the name correct, category, something is spelled wrong, right? Category, config map category is the name, right? Config map category. And then when I fix that, maybe that'll cause this thing to come up. Oops, get out of here. And then we can get the deploy. Even if I didn't know anything about it, I'm not even really watching what I'm doing. I'm just like going quick through it. But now whatever was busted is no longer busted in this environment. By the way, I could run all these commands just to see what happens. So just see the command, see what's going on, right? My point in bringing this up is, even if you had terrible study habits, you could still get a whole bunch of information into you for free. Killer Coda, I've been using this site for damn near 3 years now. They have never charged me a single thing. No, sorry, 2 years, almost 2 years. They have never charged me a single thing. Never even once. The only thing they do is they ask me right up here in the top right, and I've got no affiliation with them. I don't have like a link or anything. They ask me if I'd like to sign up for more. But I'd say no, and I'll do it in an hour. Got to do your labs in under an hour. But my point showing you guys all that is that you can go and get yourself experience in this space and then be able to talk intelligently to it. Because remember, you got to get in. Guys, I have hair, and I do not have a receding hairline. My hair has always been there my entire life. It's not receding. It's always been pretty high up. That's why I always kind of held it. Yeah, Killer Code is probably, I think it's the best place on the internet for like learning new skills. That's free. There's also Code Cloud, which is paid for. There's Udemy and some other stuff, but I mean, Killer Coda, I think, is probably the best place to spend your time. So there's probably no structured guide. How can a Linux engineer support their dev teams better? So as a Linux engineer, I try to understand what the dev teams are doing on top of my systems, and I try to be really good with the automation because they need me to deploy the things a lot of times, especially in prod. They need me with my Ansible to deploy their pipelines a lot of the time because I'm the guy that has root in a lot of cases. Yeah. What is an automation mindset? How do we cultivate one? So automation mindset looks like this. You need to know your tools. You need to know how do they work, where do we use them, how do we look things up. Those are all things we've been doing in these labs. We've been saying, what do I know? What do I not know? How do I go look up that module and how the arguments to that module get created? And then I said, apply your tools everywhere to make your life easier. That's part of automation mindset. Hit an API daily so you don't have to ask a question, right? If you have to go ask somebody a question and they they're just sitting there like I watched Grandma's Boy again yesterday, and he's just sitting there listening to the music, and the guy comes in and he hits the button and his music all turns off, and he acts like you're absolutely the worst fucking dude ever for walking in here and asking me a question. Well, go figure out how to answer that yourself with an API and don't ever talk to that person again. That's what I'd do. That's exactly what I do. In fact, I try not to talk to anybody as an engineer if I can. It's not because I don't like people. That's part of it, but that's not why. It's because I can get the information I need and put it into my little pipeline with Ansible or whatever tool I'm using and never look and talk to that person again, right? If you're typing the same thing for multiple systems, you need to automate it. You're going to make mistakes. We have labs on that. We have a lab that shows you how to deploy a web server in Apache, right? An Apache 2 web server in Ubuntu. And then you find out in the next lab that there's 10 other teams that want that deployment. You're not going to do that crap by hand. You use Ansible for it, and I'll show you guys how to do that. Pop Scorpius, it gives me a feeling. Yeah. So we were talking about scary video games and such. All right. So we come over here, and what other things do I have? People were asking about Linux skills. These are things that don't directly. These are directly Linux. Yeah. You need your admin skills. How do you observe, benchmark, and tune systems? How do you have observability? How do you know a minimum baseline or what is the general operating of a system? You need to know what benchmarking versus baselining is. Benchmarking tends to be, for me, when I spin the system up, and baselining tends to be how the system operates under normal behavior. That's my distinction on it. Do you know how troubleshooting works? Do you have some methodologies? We talked about that earlier. I have a whole talk on that. And then testing. Do you have a good testing methodology? How do you test things and make sure that they're all always the same? Do I have that on here? Hold on. Shit, hold on. Do I have my testing methodology on here? No. I don't have it on here. But anyways, push and pull files around system. You need to be able to just push things and pull things in Linux systems like nothing. SCP and rsync or whatever you're going to use to push data or pull data to get it down to your workstation off of like a jump box, you need to know how to do that as much as you know how to log into systems, because data doesn't just stay out there. You have to pull it out. You have to give it to if you have vendors, if you're having like support problems with things, you need to feed information up to management. You need to give reports to your GRC team for security. The GRC team is the governance, risk, and compliance, right? They're going to be asking you questions all the time about what's going on in your servers. You need to know that. You need to know how to parse and search through log files, get down to just the data that you need. We have a couple labs that show you guys how to do that. One deals with users are trying to log in that shouldn't, and the other one deals with pseudo attempts that they shouldn't, right? That is, if you guys want those ones, those are on Linux Labs. Hold on a second. Those ones are user behavior attempted login. So this lab here for the YouTubers, and then for the Twitch people. And then the other one, so we did this one the other day, that's why I'm not going through it again, but the other one that's on there is the pseudo attempts. So users are trying to do pseudo stuff. Maybe they should be doing pseudo, maybe they shouldn't, who knows? But we want to be able to look at the logs and see what's happening and kind of dig in on some event that's happening in your environment. And sometimes events like that happen that are good or bad, and sometimes they're actually malicious and sometimes they're not. And I always ask the question, does it matter in a security incident, does it matter if it was malicious or not? If your data, if you lose confidentiality of your data, meaning somebody leaves it on a jump drive and leaves it in an airport and somebody else gets in, it gets reported on the news, does it matter if that was malicious or not? Does it matter if a person did it on accident or if it was like an insider trading thing for money? Does it matter that your company data was leaked? That's something to think about, right? Is it still a security incident? That's something to think about, right? There's a very clear answer in the security realm, right? For people that do security, there's a very clear answer on this. Is it still a security incident, whether it was malicious or not? Process evaluation. We do this sometimes, carve up processes and what's going on. We've got some labs on that. Disk and mount points. How are things mounted on these servers? If you've never been in one of my servers before, right? You do an LSBLK and you look at that, you're like, oh man, this guy's got all kinds of stuff going on. But you could pretty quickly figure out what was going on with those disks, right? Pretty quickly figure out where things are mounted and what's going on with them, right? Because you know the right tools. You can see how filled up the storage is. You can see what's mounted. See how much data is being used in some of these. One of my bigger servers. This guy, if you do a df-h on him, he's got my ISOs, all the ISOs in my network. He's got my ROMs, which is all my ROMs for my Raspberry Pis, for my RetroPis. And then I got my data. It's a whole bunch of very important data to me out in my network, right? And I have 699 total gigs, 590 used, so I'm 85% of that. That's pretty high. I could add more storage to that if I wanted to. But then also, when you know stuff like this, show mount -E to see that it's shared with NFS, right? Or you could do export FS and see that, right? And then you look at that and you go, well, he's doing that. Is this system also doing like Samba? So you do test parm. It's like test parmesan. I love it. Test parm. And that'll tell you that, yeah, there is stuff shared out. ROMs, ISOs, camera, and data. Where's data? Data are shared out to this Samba group. So who's ever in Samba group should be able to link to these over Samba. Do you guys all know what Samba is? Samba comes from server message block, which was written in the 90s. So I can go to data right here, and here's all my data, a bunch of jiu-jitsu videos. So all that data that I was just showing you is right here. Watch, pop back over here, CD into data. There's all my files right there. Somebody wants a Ranger check? All right, where's Ranger at? Where's that dog at? Where's Ranger at? Ranger check. There's Ranger. There you guys go. That's Ranger check, in case you guys missed it. Thanks for the follow. Yo Nuke, hopefully this stuff's useful to you. Also, Het Tanis. Spelled Het Tanis wrong. Hold on. What was the result of that poll? View results. What? I have hair, guys. What are you guys talking about? I'm not. I have literally the same amount of hair as I've had since I was a kid. This is not going back any. This is anyway. I'll grow back out. I'll have like my hair down to here next time you guys see me. It won't be that quick. But my wife also, whenever she by the way, my wife cuts my hair. But she'll catch me with my hair like growing out, and she'll be like, "Why are you growing your hair out again?" I'm like, because I always joke around that I want like long flowing hair. She's like, "You can't do it." I'm like, "Yes, I can." She's like, "You can't pull it off," and I'm like, "I can try." And then she doesn't let me try. You never voted, Robdon? That's okay. It's okay. Look at Ranger. There's a Ranger check for you guys. You guys don't know, Ranger's my dog. He's almost 13. He's quite lazy, quite old. He's a good dog. Alright, so look, this was the job stuff. We were talking about how you get into the industry. And then what did I lose? I lost my... here's my Scala draw. Alright. So you gotta know how to do this stuff. Networking and network tools. You need to know what it is like IP adder, and what does it mean to do an if config, and how do you look at your system being connected or not being connected, and errors in your drivers and errors in your modules and all kinds of things that can happen to different types. In the networks that you normally use, like if you've been on Linux systems and you do an IP adder and you look at this and you see your Ethernet, Ethernet loopback, and then some bridge networks and Docker and stuff. If you've only been on Ethernet, there are all kinds of other types of networks that we use in the Linux space. We use InfiniBand, the IB networks typically, IB0 and that kind of stuff. We use fiber channel over Ethernet networks. So you're going to see different types of connections, and you need to understand how to troubleshoot those and how to look at like what's going on inside of the interface. Did you know you got an ETH tool? And then you can check that against like ETH0 and see that a link's detected. This is a virtual machine, so I can't go and look at the back of the machine and see if it's actually got a light on. There's no light on this machine. It's literally sitting inside of a virtual machine right here. Where's he at? Here's P01 Jump 01. And his network is here. How do I know if he's connected? Here will tell me, right? And then I can ping my gateway, make sure my gateway works. I can ping out to, if I know Google, or directly to Google. And I talk about this a lot, like in the troubleshooting part of things. If you ping a name like that, right, and you know about networking the OSI model, which the OSI model is very effective for troubleshooting. What do I know just happened there? Take away what happened with ping as a tool. What happened there with the name Google? What happened there through the OSI model stack with Google? Does anybody know? Just grab Google from Etsy hosts. Is Google in my Etsy host file? So when I pinged this, I just tested all the way through layer 7 DNS that I was able to talk. Now, even if I couldn't have pinged out afterwards, even if I wasn't getting responses, I still resolved to whatever my number one resolver was, right? You can also do this a couple other ways. You can just look up www.google.com and you'll get some name resolution. You can also dig it. And you should be able to host it as well. And some different, some operating systems give you different output from that because they have different versions of those base tools. But for the most part, those things will work for you to tell you where your system got the information from, what version of dig do I have on the system, and then where did it go to get that answer. Yeah, here's the server it queried right here, and which port it was used, right? Because port 53 is your DNS, right? These kind of things are things that you gotta know. You don't need to know them all up front, but over time you gotta kind of learn them. So, file system permissions, you gotta know your ACLs, you gotta know your 755, you gotta know your read, write, execute, and all that stuff. I just do an ls-l in here. I need to know that this is a 644, where 6 is the read write. This is the read write of the group or the user owner of the file right here. This is a read for the group owner of the file, which is right here. And this is a read of everybody else, which does not need to be defined because they are not the user owner or the group owner of the system. You need to know that stuff, right? If you're going to be a sysadmin, if you tell me, hey Scott, I want to be a sysadmin more than anything. Have I told you guys my stories about Socrates? Robodom, do you remember the story of Socrates? Does anybody remember? First off, have you guys ever seen like the marble or the like imagery of Socrates? Does anybody remember one thing about him when you look at him? Who remembers? He was a physically imposing guy. He was pretty big. Yeah, Robodom, he didn't try. He would have drowned that guy if he wanted to. I like him because he's a grappler. But anyways, so what he says is he goes out in the surf, and he's got this young acolyte that says, I want your knowledge, I want your wisdom. And he goes, all right, I'll give you my knowledge and wisdom. I'll tell you how to get it, but you got to come meet me out in the surf. So he takes the guy out in the surf, and he goes to about a waist deep in the water, and he asks the young acolyte, like, what do you want? And the guy says, I want your knowledge and your wisdom. So he grabs him by the front of his little tunic thing, his little whatever, the toga, and he stuffs him underwater. He holds him, right, for about a minute. He pulls the guy up and he says, now what do you want? And the guy says, I want your wisdom, I want your knowledge, I want you to give it to me. So he holds him back under, right? And he holds him, and the guy's like slapping at him and stuff, and he lets him back up, and then he says, what do you want? And the guy goes, I want your wisdom and your knowledge, tell me what it is, whatever this job, whatever this thing is you're doing to me, tell me. And the guy's breathing heavy and stuff, so he grabs him, he just holds him under. He just holds him. And the guy's like patting at him, and the guy starts to go limp. He's like kicking and fighting. And then he pulls the guy up and he says, what do you want right now? And the guy says, I want air, like more than anything, I want air. And he's like just taking gasps of breath, and he's dying. He says, I want air. And he says, when you want knowledge as much as you want air, you will have it. And that's kind of like the idea. Now, that's not to say that like, hey, we're just going to learn things immediately. But the point is, if you have a drive to learn these things, you're going to go learn them, right? He was also jacked. He was a big guy. He was a grappler, right? So, system building processes, these are things that you can work on your own. You can get into your Windows subsystem for Linux and build stuff there. Guys, I don't even use this tool, but I have it on my machine, Oracle. I haven't opened this thing in months, probably. I don't have anything built on there. But I could build things right here. If I didn't have my own lab, I would build things right here. I could add systems, and I could go build virtual machines in here, and then I could test how they deploy and what they look like and all those kind of things, and at least get some system building in me. I do a lot of system building in the high performance compute world, and one of the things that makes me good at it isn't because I'm smart or anything. One of the things that makes me good at it is because I will build things to the exact same baseline through the same process over and over again. I use Ansible for that often. I can do that with Kickstart files, and a lot of these things they have this little tiny hurdle for you to pull yourself up over and then know how to do it and not have to worry about it anymore. I tell you guys, it's the same thing with like certificates. X509 certs, so many people don't know how they work. But there's a way right out there, I've shown you guys this a bunch of times, way to go learn how to do how certs work. Does anybody here want to know that? Resolve the DNS, ping the IP. Yeah, Papa Scorp, the point was it resolved the DNS. That was right. I know that was a while ago and I haven't looked up, but that was that you were correct. All right, so watch this real quick, guys. What was I asking here? It was forgot my train of thought. Robodom, help me out. What was I saying? I was going to show you guys something. Not Ranger. Talking about kickstarts. Just talking about builds. Guys, I lost the thread. I've lost it. Me losing it is very common. I was talking about building. What the hell was I talking about, guys? Fisherman, I swear to God. It was not my... Shit. Sorry, guys. I lost my train of thought. System building processes. How do we build systems out? I don't remember, guys. I don't remember. You've broken the Linux engineer. I got reset at just the wrong time, and now my tiny little brain can't remember what I was talking about. All right, anyways. I can't remember. I can't remember. This is literally me right now. This right here. All right. Something about building, and I was going to show you guys something. It is time to go to Mexico. That's the next thing. I think I missed Solid Lions follow too. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Bob Blurfsky got me. Yeah. What? Like my brain literally blanked as I was about to go to a page and show you guys something. System building. I was right here. I don't remember. Did I talk about automation? I don't know. Anyways, you need to know, so these are the things that are always good. These will work for you everywhere. These are the things you need to learn in between systems. File system structure, that's going to be different. Networking underpinnings. You know, you got NetPlan apply in a lot of your Ubuntu and Debian systems now, but Red Hat is still using your etc sysconfig networking-scripts unless you're on a newer model. Some of the newer stuff is it's all NMCLI nowadays. Wow, I don't think it was around Socrates. I don't remember. And then your package managers are different. But some of the stuff with package managers you can manage in a similar way if you write your Ansible right. So that's kind of good. We've got like general knowledge. And by the way, all around this, I put the stuff that doesn't matter, or the thing that doesn't matter. And I put that everywhere because people are always asking about things that don't matter. You see this in a lot of like hobbies and sports and stuff where people will ask about something that would make them like 0.02% better, but they could be focusing on this thing over here that would make them 40% better. So like people focus on this really small thing and not the big thing, you know? Like why do you get beat up in jiu-jitsu all the time? Oh, because you play guard all the time. But if you were to just play top and be on top of the guy, did you know that like most of the time you would win? In fact, that's like a rule of jiu-jitsu, be on top and stay on top, and you'll almost always win. Not always, but almost always. Oh god, not plantains and bananas. No, okay, general knowledge. You got to know your networking, your hardware design, cloud, at least at a high level. Most people are in some process, even in the high performance compute world that I'm in, a lot of us are kind of examining like going out to the cloud and doing stuff out there and at least bursting up there. Storage systems, you got to know how to move your data around. And then process engineering, Six Sigma, and total quality management. They're not directly related to Linux, but they're really good to understand. And I mentioned this earlier. There's a free cert out there for beginners. It's the Six Sigma Council, their white belt training. It's free. You take the test for free. Doesn't cost anything. Good to know skills but not required, like web skills, web hosting, general database maintenance, general SQL commands. Those things are good to know, but they're not really required. I'd say it's good as a systems engineer, though, to know how to hit an API and throw data into some kind of back-end storage. One of our guys, Inspector, I don't know if he's around, but he talks often about throwing stuff into like a little Postgres. I think he uses whatever Postgres is called. He throws the stuff into like a little database like that. I need to have a bunch more of these engineering terms. I haven't come back in here and looked at those, but more about that. And then over here, there is how do you learn, right? Some people think they want to learn a certain way. Some people want to learn a different way. And I think that by and large, the difference between whether you learn something or not has very little to do with how you like to learn. I think it has very much more to do with if you actually go spend time with stuff, right? I think if you just go and spend time with whatever, whether it's on YouTube videos or whatever, I think you're going to find that you learn. I think you're going to find that you learn better than somebody that doesn't. Somebody that learns in structured learning but doesn't go and do it, it doesn't really fucking matter, does it? And somebody that learns better in unstructured learning but never goes and does it, it doesn't really matter, does it? So find which way you want to do this stuff and then go spend time with it, right? Both of them require reading. If you want to be an engineer, you're going to have to read a lot. I think if maybe you think that you're going to get into engineering without reading a lot, I would highly suggest that you just go and do like sales or something. And in sales, you're going to read a lot too because you got to know your product. So you never get away from reading. You just got to read. Be ready to read all the time. All right. I probably got to get off of here soon because the wife should be coming home. But how long have I been on? I've been on 4 hours now. Jeez. It's a tremendously long time for me. Anyways, let's go find somebody to raid. Guys on the YouTube side, thanks for sticking with me. Guys on the Twitch side, I always appreciate you guys being here. I'm not going to be around for like another... you have any tips for note-taking while doing video course? I tend to pause and write everything every few minutes. Interesting. Nice. Yeah, everything in 5-minute videos turns into 30. Yeah. So Quartz, I try to... I'll take notes while I'm listening to stuff. Mainly on things that I want to... I mainly take notes on words or phrases or things that I want to go study more. That's kind of me. Like because man, we don't... I guess I have a little more time. I was going to say, if you guys have never seen Bloom's taxonomy, right? So did most of you know that this is how you learn? If you've never seen Bloom's taxonomy before, allow me to hit you with this real quick. This is how you learn. And if you don't know that you learn this way, this is how you learn. This is how most people... Let me get this out of here. Well, I mean, this at a general level is how the human mind kind of learns things. And this is from Bloom's taxonomy for kind of how we learn. And the first two levels are simply remembering and understanding. Do you remember when you were real little and you did a whole lot of remembering things and understand? And when I say remembering things, teachers gave you lists. Does anybody remember add, above, across, amid, amongst, among, after, and it was like all the hell were those? I can't remember. It's because I memorized them, right? But you had to just memorize a lot of things. Some of us learned reading through the Spalding method. You guys know what the Spalding method is? It's like this phonetical way that we learn to read. I'm surprised IBM hasn't gotten rid of Ansible Fest. I wouldn't be surprised. And this thing has no idea what the hell I'm saying here anymore. But anyways, then you learn and you move further and further up into each of your different things. Spalding method was a way that I learned how to read, and it's all the phonetical sounds that can go with, and there's little flashcards for a, e, o, u, and all the different sounds that you can make. HashiCorp. Hey, by the way, does anybody know the difference without Googling it? But you can Google it if you want. Does anybody know the difference between a vowel and a consonant sound? That's a fun one if you don't know. Anyways, this was specifically for the cloud practitioner. All right, long time ago, getting cloud practitioner, getting you guys studying that kind of stuff. All right, let's get off here, anyways, because the wife should be coming home soon. I got to do some posts for my college. No, the Spalding method has to do with how you learn language. Anybody know the difference between a what's it called? Anybody want to take a shot? The difference between a vowel and a consonant? Alright, I'm going to drop over on the YouTube side, and then on the Twitch side we're going to find something fun to do. Alright, take care guys. Let's go find somebody to raid.